floor where you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Father is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. We can't fit in your box. We too cold to get young. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. I know the locksmith, optics. Speak of the loss, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing, spirit is right within. I got my own way, violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do, words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. شوت ام 24
في همام للقوة للانتصار من زكريا.
كروس جيمنج وحش وحش وحش.
What's up, guys, and welcome to day number 4 right here in our very first phase of PMPL Arabia, the 2023 full split. Of course, today is going to be a very, very exciting day. We are going to be heading into a lovely, lovely Erangel heavy day. So we are going to be having 3 Erangels making its way on through. So wassalamu alaikum and welcome to everybody. So happy to have all of you here. And of course, as we know, we are going to be jumping into a lot of action as our teams are going to be starting to grind their way through. This, of course, now being the second to last day for this very first phase. As we know, moving into tomorrow, it is going to be the big day where we also get to venture up into a little bit of that Livik. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on the teams coming through for the remainder of the day. But of course, as you saw in the title and also then on the thumbnail, we are curious to know whether or not the players from the side of Geekay are going to be able to hold on to the lead. Right, as we know, yesterday was an exceptional day, especially for the team of Geekay. I mean, they were just really popping off, right? Playing like it's no one's business. But of course, that is exactly kind of the mentality that we want to see come through from the teams. I mean, what is so impressive about Geekay is that they were able to secure themselves a grand total of 57 points in the day, and doing all of that without acquiring a single winner chicken dinner. Of course, 36 eliminations is what they brought in as well. The closest team we had to that was 16 points further down. Of course, that came through from the side of Twisted Minds. But what we also then saw through the day, through the matches that we had, was the fact that Team Falcons, they had an exceptionally tough time. I mean, only finding 8 points in total, whereas you compare that to day 1 and day 2, they were sitting consistently within the top 2 for both days, right? Starting off yesterday, they were at the top of the log. Now, today, it's a completely different situation. So there's so much to look forward to as the teams are going to be grinding it out. But of course, now speaking about grinding it out, let's take a look at the performance coming through from the team of R8. Right, yesterday they secured themselves a grand total of 35 points, and of course, well, they closed off the day sitting up in second place, making a beautiful 2-point lead. Now, you can see the increase in performance coming through from day 2 over to day number 3. Day 3, of course, being the one on the right-hand side. So nearly 6,000 damage that they secured, of course, ramping up that damage all the way, the eliminations rather, ramping it all the way up from 13 up to 22. So that translated into an exceptional play, but of course also allowed them to at least hit that 100 points, or 100 plus points rather, to ensure that they are going to be looking quite nice and steady. So just in the last match that we had, R8, they jumped up, well, 11 places in one single match. And of course, that is due to the amazing winner chicken dinner that they got over on Miramar. So again, moving into today, there is going to be that level of expectation. Looking to see whether or not the teams will be able to replicate and build, stack on that momentum they've been able to acquire over the previous 3 days of play. So there is all kinds of pressure. But of course, an amazing day that we had just here yesterday with Prestige, locking in that winner chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal, on point, accurate. And that is what we love to see. But of course, well, R8, not the only team that really stepped up and garnered an amazing performance. We are going to be taking a look at few others, of course. If there was any standout performances that you've seen over the previous 3 days, let me know. Hit us up in the chat. Of course, curious to hear what your thoughts are. But of course, also let me know what you think the outcome for today is going to be. Do you think Geekay is going to be able to hold on? Do you think they are going to potentially get dethroned? Is someone else going to catch up to them, maybe surpass them, overtake them? Of course, curious to hear what your thoughts are. Speaking about Geekay, let's hop right into a bit of a stat breakdown for them so far in this league stage. As you can see, Gaith definitely doing a bucket load of work. They're coming through with 5,340 damage. That is the equivalent of 53 eliminations. Out of that, they've been able to secure themselves 28 eliminations, of course, with a beautiful 29, I believe, knocks, that is. My Arabic is not 100% on point, so I'm guessing that's what it means. That is what we're looking at over there. But of course, this is just a look at a few of the amazing plays coming through from the entirety of the Geekay team. Santa was such a nuisance we saw in yesterday's games, especially looking at what we had coming through on Sanhok. But of course, yesterday we started off the day with Sanhok. went into the double Miramar, followed up by a double Vikendi. No, yeah, Erangel. Probably else if I if I speak properly. Right, so just 2 Erangels, then 2 Miramars. Today's going to be the other way around. It's going to be exciting. Hey, we got a few viewers joining us in the chat there as well. What's up, Javian? Good to have everyone here. But of course, well, if you want a shout out, hit us up in the chat. Give us a wave. Tell me who you are here to support. Who is your favorite team? And also, do you think they are going to be rising to the top of that leaderboard today? I mean, of course, if you are supporting Geekay, you can tell me whether or not you think they are going to be locking in that pole position, right? Will they maintain it? Or do you think something else? Curious to hear what your thoughts are. But of course, as we know, this being day number 4, we are going to be starting off with Erangel. I mean, what better way to get the job done, right? Jumping straight into that action. I guess to see who's going to be popping off. So far that we've seen, we've had the players from Slime Machine, ARB Champions, and Quest Esports being our very strong contenders when it comes to that map. Of course, Slime Machine finding 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. We also did see the players from Quest securing themselves 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. The only other team to secure that chicken, of course, being Geekay. So, we want to see a few more teams potentially stepping up, locking in those points. But of course, if we look then at the statistics that we have of the map itself, CONQUEROR Iraq definitely being one of the teams that has been having quite a bit of a tough time. So far, they haven't found themselves any placement point and only 4 eliminations. So definitely today would be a great opportunity for a team like CONQUEROR Iraq to really step it up and lock it in, especially seeing that they're on Group A. So they'll be playing all the way through to game number 4. And as we know, the last match of the day is not going to be Erangel. So some great opportunities really to build up, a nice bit of a stack, get in some stronger points. But of course, well, no one is going to say no to those opportunities. Now, as I was mentioning, one of the other strong teams that we have coming through on the map of Erangel is, of course, Slime Machine. Currently, they are our top performing team, sitting with a grand total of 45 total points, taking the lead with those placement points as well, 22 in total. As you can see, Attacker not scared of doing hard work, but of course they can say that for the majority of the team here. Everyone sitting in excess of 2,000 damage that they've been able to deal. So some very impressive stats. Of course, Fashe coming through with the most eliminations as well as the assist there as well. So curious to see how Fashe is going to be pushing through and maybe potentially setting up the team for an amazing run. We got some soya coming in. I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna read that out loud because I don't know what it means, but sure, right? Let's see how this one is gonna go though. Of course, Slime Machine. You gotta love it though. Out of the maps that we have to choose from, I mean, Slide definitely looking exceptionally strong when it comes to the map of Erangel. Looking at the performance that they've been bringing in over on Sanhok itself. Slime Machine is, well, they on the board, right? They're on the board. As you can see, yesterday they definitely did find a really strong play with quite a few eliminations coming their way. So I want to see how that is going to move forward. Will we see any of those potential plays translate across the board, right? Will we see them also looking to capitalize on a little bit of that Miramar, seeing that we are only going to be having 1 Miramar and 1 Sanhok yet again today. But of course, as we know, every day, right, we only have 1 Sanhok making its way on through. So, yeah, it is a nice little bit of a break, right? Going through between those Erangels and Miramars for the teams to try and sneak in a few more points. What's up, boys? Welcome through. But yes, so we've taken a look at 3 teams now. We have 1 more to take a look at, a bit of a look at before we are going to be hopping into those overall standings. Just to remind everyone as to where we are, what the teams are, of course, working for, and just how contentious and close it is coming through the standings. As we know, the heat is on. Geekay are going to be fighting to try and maintain lead. But as we also then saw, at the end of yesterday, it is pretty close with regards to those standings. So speaking of which, let's take a quick gander at that. As you can see, Geekay only sitting with an 8-point lead. So there is going to be a little bit of that pressure coming through. Well, I'm actually surprised that I got the math right. 8 points, yes, right on the money. Then we dropped down by 13, moving to the position in which we see Falcons. Now, this is quite surprising for the Falcons Because I think the moment that Falcons really start securing those winner chicken dinners, we'll see them really elevate that position. I mean, going from first place down to third, not a very drastic gap, so they'll be able to mend that potentially today. But of course, then as we take a look at the second place, you can see there is a second page rather. There's a lot of contention across the board. We can still see that shift come through from NIGMA Esports, for instance, climbing up, contesting all the way up into 13th and beyond. But it's going to take a lot of focus and determination from their side. So Sly is strong on Erangel as well as Geekay. Yes, that is what we've been seeing so far, statistically speaking, on their performances so far throughout this phase. But of course, as we know, the teams can decide to change that up at any point, right? Really looking to bring in a bit of an upset whenever they so choose. So that is, I think, what I'm going to be looking for today is to see whether or not that is going to be the consistency, the kind of approach that the teams are going to be taking. Will they kind of keep to the momentum that we've seen come through from the previous 3 days, or is day 4 going to be that turning point, right? You know, usually around about phase 2, phase 3, that is where the teams really dial it up. But of course, the sooner they can get it done, the bigger gap they will be able to establish with regards to that leaderboard. So I think the sooner, you know, they kind of make this come through, the better it could be for them. But yes, there is going to be quite a bit of pressure, especially on a Erangel, a heavy day. The teams that have been performing exceptionally well, the opportunity is going to be there. But of course, if we look back to the previous season, right? I mean, while I have the opportunity, might as well do that still. While we take a quick look here at our lineup for the day, it is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, and then that lovely Sanhok to come through. So looking back to the previous season, NIGMA Galaxy, IKURD, and Team Falcons were our top 3 strong performing teams. Right, they were just holding dominance when it came to the map of Erangel. Now, if we look at what we've got in this season, things have changed ever so slightly. I mean, yes, I know we've only had 3 days and only 5 Erangel so far, but Sly Machine, the ARB champions, and Quest are going to be our strongest teams currently, based on the performance that we've seen on Erangel. So if the rest of the lobby is going to try and maybe contest with that play, today's going to be the opportunity for that to happen. I mean, Geekay, of course, is going to be sitting in 4th place with regards to the Erangel performance. Then Vision, just right on their heels, sitting over in 5th place. So there's a lot of competition, a lot of contention coming through. But as we know, Geekay being a very confident team, there's nothing that is going to stop them or that could potentially prevent them from having a phenomenal day and maintaining that lead position. So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming down onto their shoulders. But of course, as we know, the teams that have the experience when it comes to PMPL, they are not going to be feeling all too phased about it, right? It's more about just maintaining that strategy, pushing all the way through. But of course, we are about, well, pretty close to jump into our very first match here of the day. So if you have any potential predictions as to what you think could be coming through, what we could be seeing coming through in our very first Erangel of the day, be sure to let me know in the chat. Of course, moving into match number 1, it is only going to be the players from Group A, B, C, and D. So that means Gangsters, RA, Team Falcons, and W7 are not going to be having that opportunity to, well, get into the first Erangel, right? They'll be joining us back on match number 2, in which we'll have Group D sitting it out. So the pressure is going to be there. See a quick question coming through here. Well, I'll read it a little bit more in depth. But any which way, of course, curious to hear your thoughts. If you guys have any particular thoughts, anything that you want questions on, or anything that you want answers on, rather, of course, game related, be sure to ask them in the chat, and well, we'll get to that as quickly and as efficiently as we possibly can. But yeah, it is going to be loading time. So based on what we've seen so far, I've already mentioned that we've only had 3 teams secure themselves those winner chicken dinners, right? Sly Machine being one of them, Quest, and then of course Geekay. So Geekay will have the opportunity also in this very first match to get right down to business to show whether or not they'll be able to maybe bring in that second winner chicken dinner. Of course, ARB champions, also a curious team that I want to see because they are holding on to the second slot, right, with regards to the performance, but they've done so without a single chicken to their name. So the pressure is going to be there, right? Speaking about pressure, of course, Team Falcons, once they join us on the battlefield from game 2 onwards, I think the pressure is going to be there to see whether or not they can actually secure themselves a winner chicken dinner, regardless of the map, be it on Miramar, be it on Sanhok, be it on Erangel. But they have to really try and, if they want to push for that pole position, they have to play. Now, as we know, at the end of the phase, teams are going to be rewarded with those bonus points. It all tallies up. Team sitting at the top position is going to be locking in those lovely 20 points, right? So it's all going to come down to where they find themselves positionally, right? But in the meanwhile, let's see, it is going to be load time. Load time. We don't see any questions necessarily coming through. What do we have there? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, nothing in particular that I can see that's really, well, focused this way. But either which way, tell me what you think, guys. Tell me what you think. We've got a few viewers in the chat. We've got about 50 odd people for the time being while we are waiting for this very first match to kick off. So give me your thoughts. What do you predict is going to be the outcome of the first game, right? Where do you think the flight path is going to be taking us? Also, where do you think we are going to be looking at that zone? Where could it potentially be finishing, right? What is your options moving through this? So hit me up, let me know. In the meanwhile, also I think a team like IKURD Esports could maybe have a bit of a chance here. Also, you know, just looking to try and push things a little bit further. We've seen a grand total of 23 points come through on their end. I mean, as I mentioned before, CONQUEROR Iraq also going to be one of those teams that really have to hunker down to step it up. Surprisingly, looking at NASR, also with regards to their Erangel performance, I mean, all they found so far is eliminations. Sure, they have been able to get themselves 17 eliminations, but not a single placement point, right? No placement points just yet, meaning that they've gone out every time really early on, right before we get into that seventh or 8th position. As we know, that is exactly where we're going to be having the first batch, the first dose of placement points coming through. We can see Kenzie coming through with a prediction there saying center zone. The flight is going to be going from south to north. All right. We'll see. We'll see whether or not that is going to be on the money. Of course, we'll be finding out very, very soon as we are loading into the map, getting ready to jump in. So, yeah, we've got only about 1 or 2 boys saying that they want a milli zone. Yeah, we don't know if we are going to be having a milli zone just yet. Of course, we'll find out soon enough. But yeah, I think definitely the opportunity is there. GANGSTERS, of course, as we know, I'm not going to be playing in the very first one, but they've been having an okayish performance so far when it comes to the map. R8, we'll be taking a look at a bit of their statistics and such as we're moving through. But let's see what the teams are going to be doing as we are getting ready for the action here. Moving in to our very first Erangel of the day. Alright, so now it is just the wait for flight path. Wait for action. Ooh. Alright, we are going to be starting over on towards the southeastern side. Welcome to the broadcast, Smiling Director. Good to have everyone here. Was you want a shout out? Hit me up in the chat. We'll give you a shout out. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking at that flight path starting all the way over at Nova Rupnoya. And then heading all the way up on towards South George. So not exactly a... I mean, it kind of is going from more south to more north. So I guess that kind of works. We could potentially maybe get into a bit of a farm position here. We could go for that milli zone. We also could get that center zone. So, I mean, all 3 of those options being quite viable at this point. So let's see what we'll be getting as we do have the ARB champions. Of course, heading into the usual kind of setup over on towards the western side of that milli island. Twisted going over towards Nova Rupnoya itself. Looking to get themselves situated and sorted. So there we have our zone also then revealing itself. Going straight up towards the north. So, yeah. Farm is out of the question. Milli zone is out of the question. Yeah, maybe the Kraken could be a thing at this point. Definitely not a center zone. So, well, most of the predictions that we've had with regards to zone, unfortunately not going to be a viable one this time around. Also, I see that prediction coming through for a multi-zone. Yeah, it is what it is. This is going to be a fight zone. Yes, this is going to be a fight zone. I know that's not what was meant, but it is going to be a fight zone, right? We got Savoni. Yes, indeed, that is going to be an interesting point of contention. But of course, right out of the gate, it's going to be Slime Machine looking to crack it wide open. Oof, IKURD not going to be happy about that one. They've just touched down, and they're already running into quite a bit of an issue here. As we can see, Golden and Malik now having to try and, well, keep the name up. Fortunately, it's early phase, so seeing that we are in that point, I mean, IKURD and the side there of, well, Triple, not necessarily, or Slime Machine rather, not necessarily going to have major weapons to utilize at this point. So there will be a bit of leniency, right? They will be able to get themselves out of that initial sweaty spot. Fight zone, yes. I mean, it like the way it's written there, it could mean anything. It could imply anything at this point. But I'm just gonna go for, well, fight zone, because it just makes so much more sense, right? Meanwhile, positional wise, we do have the players from the ONYX Ravens as well as Geekay and the Brute Force squad all the way up in towards the zone. The rest of the teams are going to be going about their loot business before committing to any particular rotations. But I mean, even though the zone is quite north, right? It is still not the craziest northern shift that it could be, right? There's still a lot of opportunity in positional angles that the teams can look to occupy. Several compounds available. It's all going to come down to how they will be looking to play as we progress into those later stages, of course. Second stage, I think, could be quite a determining factor as to how the teams could be looking to get themselves situated and positioned. I don't expect there to be any major upsets at this stage to come through. Sly starting to get aggressive. Yes, I do agree with that. I mean, they are the most aggressive team, well, second most aggressive team when it comes to Erangel. ARB Champions taking the lead, though, sitting on 29 eliminations instead of 23, as we see for Sly. But Sly definitely being able to capitalize on consistency, right? 2 winner chicken dinners, 22 placement points, so they are holding on to the lead with regards to the total points acquired. Of course, starting it off like this is exactly what Slime Machine now needs to push that even further. So let's see if that is going to be the situation. Is that going to be the case? As I was talking earlier, also then CONQUEROR Iraq being one of those teams that could definitely do with a bit of a boost when it comes to their Erangel points. So let's see if they'll be able to get the job done. ARP, they don't need a boost. They're already performing quite well. I mean, the chicken dinner could be nice. But, you know, again, it's not going to be a deal breaker at this point. ONYX Ravens also having a very comfortable position up in towards North George. I mean, again, pretty consistent drop location for them. So they are very well versed when it comes to positioning and rotating around this region. That's why they don't necessarily seem to be all too phased, and I think they might actually be smiling a little bit as they know exactly how to play through this position. Of course, we do have the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq that are going to be rotating just on towards the western side of the ONYX Raven position. But as we look down towards that far southern edge, Twisted Minds still holding up the container yard. Slowly getting themselves ready to commit to a rotation. And this is where things get exciting, because now we have the opportunity to see exactly where these teams intend to go. What's up, Defend? Welcome through. But again, they don't look to be all too phased about it. I mean, yes, it is only the first phase. The blue zone just tickling, right? So it's not going to be causing too much of an upset at this stage. But again, ideally, you want to try and get out of that blue zone as fast as you can. Speaking about quick fast, it is going to be the side there of NIGMA already popping in a few hits towards the side of Quest. As Groups now comes rolling in. We can see if they can find a little bit of something, but it's going to be easy now trying to catch up with Al-Hajj as they look to push themselves a little bit further up north. Ooh, interesting play through that one. I mean, I was quite surprised that the vehicle didn't really get clipped onto that rock. Yes, it did bring up a bit of a stop, but nothing too major. In the meanwhile, NIGMA, I think NIGMA essentially at this point just trying to push the squad there from Conqueror, or Quest rather, a little bit further up north. Right, they're not necessarily chasing them. It does seem like they're just pushing them forward. You know, it's just like, yo, go sit over there. We'll hold on to this position. But of course, the rest of the teams are also then starting to converge up into its center zone. You see the players there from Geekay also now trying to get a bit of a position secured. We've got KR also now pushing straight in towards that center zone. Unfortunately for them, even though they do have quite a few teams in the vicinity, there's no one in their immediate area, so they don't really have to stress too much about that position, at least not for the time being. Let's see now what is going to come through from the side of NASR. Finding themselves a bit of a stopover while they wait to see what this next zone is going to be doing. ARB champions, though, having quite a bit of distance to cover. They're only now starting with their rotation off of that very southern island. In the meanwhile, the zone, well, just going to constrict up onto itself, right? Again, not a super aggressive shift coming through here. And that is always the surprising part coming into Erangel. Sometimes you have a little bit more of an aggressive shift. Other times, it's a little bit more of a relaxed play. And I feel this is what we have this time around, right? A very relaxed shift coming through the zone, allowing for a lot of that continuation now to come through as the teams are pushing further and further afield. Triple also now just dipping their toes into the zone as they are going to be looking for that next position to move in. Potentially maybe going to be rotating up either towards the fuel station that we have just up ahead, or they are going to be holding on to a slight bit more of an elevated position. Quest though looking pretty good, pretty decent here. This compound does receive a lot of love, right? Quite a bit of fighting has happened right there. So that gives me the kind of feeling that Quest, I mean, they know what to expect moving into that location. So I think they are just prepping themselves, getting ready for, you know, the inevitable. They know that they are going to have to defend that position as best they possibly can. Sly now trying to decide, are they going to look to push into the compound? Are they maybe just going to let it slide and push a little bit further on? It does seem like they are going to be committing to the compound. And next, they've just got their eyes set on a more centered up position, but that is going to allow great opportunity now for Sly to try and pop in a few of those hits. But it does seem like next could maybe be pushing for the warehouse that we have just on the opposite end. Just up that hill. Of course, they are going to be doing their due diligence. Yes, it seems like that is what they have in mind. And well, from what we can see, we have vision situated right up there. So that is not going to be an easy position for them to come rolling up in towards. But of course, that is the situation moving further towards the western side. All the compounds towards that more centered zone already has players and teams situated there. ARB champions are going to be taking it a little bit more calculated, right? Not going to be taking any major rotations at this point. Just going to be hugging that southern edge, looking to see what the teams up in the zone itself are going to be looking to bring through. As we do have that lovely bit of loot coming down as well. Seems like it is going to be dropping right into the players there from Triple. And of course, that is exactly where the zone goes as well. GK actually having an interesting position here, coming through with what seems to be either a 3-1 split or a 2-2 split, with Hope now securing at least that southern position. A Triple might get contested here, and that is exactly what we see coming through as next steps up. Now Waf finds the trade up into a mud. Dam now going in for a little bit of a flank there, and this could be the strategy, but unfortunately for Dam, there is going to be quite a few smokes already obstructing quite a bit of the view. So not the easiest push to pull off. Galaga's a goat to defend. There's no arguing that. That is 100% fact, just as we do have the 100% fact that next X will be our first team down, the first squad to get eliminated. Unfortunate start, but as we know, there is going to be a few other opportunities. But next, they've also been having a little bit of a tough run when it comes to the map of Erangel. So far, only securing 1 elimination, but they were able to get 4 placement points though. So it's not the worst run. But let's see if they are able to improve on those stats in the remaining Erangels that we have. Of course, it is inevitable. At some point, we are going to have teams getting taken out, and they will be the first one. But who's going to be the next? Could it potentially be CONQUEROR Iraq? Could it potentially be IKURD? As you can see them sitting with reduced numbers. Not necessarily the amount of players that they were hoping to have coming through, especially into this third stage. But now, Brute Force coming under fire. As CONQUEROR are going to be pushing in all the way through that Saverni side. Brute Force situated up on the hill. So, quite a proactive play coming in from the side of CONQUEROR. Meanwhile, as we look over on towards the northeastern side, we do find the players here from IKURD. See Vision up ahead as well. But Vision needs to be a little bit careful as to how they play this one, because if they start making too much noise, that is going to allow for Slime Machine, who is situated just south of their position, to maybe sneak in and play that upset. Malik Golden not trying to get into a little bit of a stronger position here. Again, with very limited options. Not quite sure how they are going to be able to pull that one off. The ONYX Ravens also not making any major moves just yet. They are going to be losing Lath though, as Brute Force decided to take that rush, moving straight to that northern side, or rather southern side of the shooting range. Oh, but here we go. Here we go. CONQUEROR Iraq now feeling the heat, the pressure as Vision comes in, but Crash. Oh, down goes Crazy. And that is going to be the end, as IKURD also then falls alongside CONQUEROR Iraq. So 2 teams getting shipped out in very close succession here. And with that, we are down to the remaining 13. CONQUEROR at least being able to secure themselves that point. So it does push them up onto 5 total points now on Erangel. But NASR, they're also not done just yet, right? As I mentioned before, NASR, they've not yet been able to find themselves any placement points. They've just been capitalizing on eliminations. And of course, that seems to be the trend as they do find Saif. Iskram and the rest of Vision are trying to decide what is going to be the best approach. Are they going to look to retaliate? Or instead, play a little bit more of a strategic position? J7 does get the confirmation in, adding in their 3rd point. But the zone has now shifted further down towards the southern side. So that is going to be quite a comfortable shift, especially looking at a team like RTG and the ARB champions, as they do find themselves still positioned up in towards Rozok, so they won't necessarily have to move. But here we go. The rush is in as Brute Force looks to play for center zone. ONYX Ravens not going to let it slide, as they are on the defensive. The utilities flying all over the place. So far, the defenses are holding up. But, well, aside from Brute Force getting taken down, we do have the Twisted Mind Squad. But amazing nade though from Saad. I mean, very effortless defense. Vision also getting backed up. I mean, there are so many surprising plays coming through. ONYX Ravens now trying to keep it nice and steady. Holding on to St. Zorn. They've got Twisted as well as KR now just encircling them. But of course, Geekay NIGMA will be focusing towards the west. NIGMA having Krups creating that entry. But will that suffice? Because they are going up against the side here of Geekay. Oof, unfortunate play for the side of NASR. At least though 5 elims up. So it's not going to be feeling, or not stinging too much though, as they will make their way into the lobby. Now it's going to be GK. Oh, Gaith finding Raouf. Oh, Krups though locks it in. Down goes Hope. But now it turns to Gaith and Santa, as well as Ragnar managing to patch themselves back up. But they have to retaliate. As they do find Raouf, bringing NIGMA down to a 3-piece. Hope could get restored, so there's still a bit of a chance. Oh, nice play there, Freak. Sending it in, finding a 2-for-1. Oh, Gate now up on the ridge, having to try and reposition. But we could be looking at Freak and Santa. Yes, indeed. Beautiful spray coming through. Freak, very low on their health. That nade could be quite a bit of an assist at this point. But Santa, again, not trying to overextend. Trying to play from within the strengths here. Oh, but again, that a window comes into play. Now GK solely reliant on Gaith to carry them forward. So Koops now gets the confirmation in on Ragnar. This puts Gaith in a very, very difficult position. I mean, GK so far only managing to get themselves that 1 elimination. Easy. Also, they're going to be capitalizing on a little bit of that bridge troll. They could end it right here. They could stop the run of GK in its tracks. Oh, beautiful nade. And that is exactly what happens. Quest now securing their first elimination. GK getting sent out with only 1 elimination up. And unfortunately not getting any placement points. Triple now also trying to fish for a few of those damage markers pushing through the smoke. Will we see any further push come through? Nicely done. Got the spray secured. Now it's going to be up to Slime Machine. They'll be trying to climb their way up that leaderboard. Starting it off, trailing behind on points. Ooh, but look at the sprays though. .26 difference is what they came into this match with. Of course, we can see the scores changing at the top of the screen as well. But how is it going to convert though? Pushing through with a final 18. Slime Machine now getting a bit of a play down to them. Fashe, Styzex now holding steady. Daka on their knees, sitting with those 4 eliminations up. ONYX Ravens, they've been keeping pretty quiet as we can see them up on towards the north, still locked into that compound. They got quite a bit of contention now hanging in the wings. Slime Machine, Twisted, KR, but KR now getting picked up as Freak pushes in. Reaching across all the way from the edge of zone. Meanwhile, RTG, oh, gonna meet their end as ARB champions. Go on a bit of a bulldoze here. KR still gonna be trying to keep it up. Beautiful nades getting deployed here. Fashe really having to rethink that initial push. Of course, that nade's just absolutely eating away at their health bar. KR also now trying to improve their overall performance when it comes to Erangel. Having a pretty good run so far. Previous 3 days has been kind to them. But what will they do here with the number 4 Sly trying to push in? They have to secure themselves that entry, that position, that anchor point. But a lot of fighting coming through as KR are going to be looking to do exactly the same. Beautiful hit or coming through onto Fasha and down they go. KR now left with only Ali as they do get a beautiful assist from that nade. ONYX Ravens bringing in quite a bit of a helping hand here for KR Esports. Now Twisted are going to be looking to capitalize, also inching their way towards the zone. But they are going to be knocking on the door of the ONYX Ravens. Sly and Triple definitely going out with quite a bit of a bang. Easy could be presented with yet another opportunity for a few easy eliminations. But ARB trying to ride out the storm as best they can. Ricard also coming in with a little bit of a flanking angle here. Now it's going to be NIGMA holding a 2-1 split. Got Freak all the way over on that far western edge. Trying to cover up the rear, but now comes the reach. 7 Elims already up for the side of NIGMA. Trying to find a few more. Or will it be at the hand of ONYX Ravens, or rather at the expense of the ONYX Ravens? We do see KR now getting picked up. Down they go. 5 teams remain. Quest still going to be holding on to 1. But now comes the pretty tough time. As you got 4 squads sitting with 3 players on either side. Now it all comes down to that zone utilization. How will the teams be able to capitalize on the terrain, capitalize on the angles available? Crypto and the rest of Twisted will be trying to push up from that western edge, focusing a lot of their efforts onto the side of the ONYX Ravens. Unfortunately, those ridge lines does provide them some pretty decent coverage. Ooh, a little bit of that Morrison action coming through as well. Lord looking for a bit of a dominating angle here, but unfortunately not having any clear line of sight. That is not going to deter them though. They have to move on forward. Freak now taking a little bit of a plunge. Getting quite close up to that drop, but not going to be committing to the play. Oh, meanwhile, Saad goes right on down. As Crypto finds the opportunity. ONYX Ravens getting a slight bit emboldened. But again, now comes the pressure, right? They have to get themselves positioned. The same can be said here for NIGMA, as well as, well, all the other teams. Easy, essentially, being the only player holding on to zone. But now they could be shooting fish in a barrel. Oh, trying to capitalize, trying to get it in. Finds the first, but Smoker gets the upper hand. A valiant effort coming through from Quest, though. Having to settle for 5th place. 2 Elims to their name. Those motion shots just hitting up right alongst their heels. ONYX Ravens are going to be looking to bounce back. Not going to be happy with what they've been able to secure so far. Be looking to improve it. Trying to get a little bit more security, a little bit more safety. Meanwhile, Evo Station not going to let an opportunity pass them by. They can see ARB up on the bridge. But will they be able to get the angles in? Meanwhile, this allows a great opportunity now for NIGMA to just inch their way closer and closer. Could potentially be looking to make a play for center. Oh, but instead, it's going to be Coops now. Moving up onto the cliffs. And this could be exactly the kind of leverage they need. But instead, it is going to be Smoker converting that into a hit. Lord and Freak now having quickly to react to that knock coming through. See them now starting to push on up. ARB not out of the woods just yet. Evo Station coming through with the AWAM, heading it up. Definitely making it so contentious down on that southern side as Freak gets traded. Down they go. And this could be where NIGMA will be reduced down to only one hopeful. QTEL does meet their end. ARB still holding steady with 2 players. Smoker about to get rezzed up. Lord also having to rethink how they're going to be playing through this one, as there's no chance to get down to Coops or Freak. So they just got to do what they got to do at this point. ONYX Ravens now. Looking for a little bit of a spread. Looking to inch their way closer. Again, trying to not expose themselves. Evo Station expending quite a bit of ammo here. Crypto also now starting to move on in. So whichever way ARB decides to go, Crypto will have an answer alongside Evo Station. So the timer is just ticking now. ARB having to decide what they'll be doing. Evo Station might have an answer for them though. First nade is in, finds a bit of damage. Up comes the second. Ooh, it's going to get close. The shots are in, the sprays are there, and now it's down to Smoker. Oh, the nade just slowly eating away. Of course, that blue zone not being of any help at this point, and down they go. As the blue zone and Lord gets the upper hand. NIGMA now still holding on to that one piece, but up comes the play. Saleh trying to push, and down goes Dammy. This is Twisted in a world of trouble. ONYX Ravens timing that push nearly to perfection. Dammy will be closed up. Off they go. Evo Station is going to be the next one to fall, and it turns to Crypto. As they do finish up Lord. It's going to be a 1v3 push. Nothing out of the ordinary for Crypto here. Feeling pretty confident at this point, but it is going to be some pretty steep odds. Again, ONYX Ravens looking to get themselves situated a little bit closer to center zone. This is going to be the 9th stage. So there's no room for error here, especially for Crypto. ONYX Ravens, though, doing an absolutely phenomenal job. See, NIGMA sitting on 3 elims. Up comes ONYX Ravens. It is going to be R looking to push through. Ooh, quick response, but it's not going to be enough. Crypto gets taken on down as the ONYX Ravens swoop in to get themselves their very first winner chicken dinner right here on day number 4. I mean, what a sweaty play that has been. ONYX Ravens with a phenomenal, great capitalization coming in on that play, utilizing their numbers, but of course also, you know, holding off with the initial aggression, getting themselves positioned, waiting for everything just to line up into position, into angles, and of course then just pushing through, showing their dominance, getting themselves that winner chicken dinner. Amazing, amazing play. Also a very tough position that we saw coming through there for the side of the ARB champions. I mean, getting into the breach sometimes does result into quite a few interesting plays. We did see Quest Easy also holding onto the position for quite some time, but eventually and essentially it was not going to be the place to play from, as the zone had a few other ideas, right? Forcing their hand, making them move a little bit further upwards. And of course, now just being encircled by the side of Twisted and NIGMA. Not an easy position to get yourself situated from, right? A very, very tough one indeed. But yes, I do believe Leif is now quite happy. Happy for their team. Amazing, amazing performance. But of course, with that, I mean, Slime Machine, they've not yet been rivaled, but this does step up the performance, the overall performance that we've seen for ONYX Ravens. And of course, now speaking about performances, here we go, taking a look at the points. It is going to be a lovely 20-pointer coming through for ONYX Ravens. 9 eliminations getting secured by NIGMA Galaxy and PMPL Esports. But for Triple, that is the only points they find. Only eliminations. Unfortunately, IKURD and NEXT are going to get sent back empty-handed. A very, very interesting start to the day. Curious to see how any of this is going to translate into Miramar, a map again allowing for quite a few interesting strategies to be utilized. But again, this was that position here coming through from easy. I mean, this could have gone so amazingly, but unfortunately, yeah, Smoker just got the upper hand, and that was all they wrote, right? But a big turning point, especially, was seeing that we had that double knock come through onto NIGMA Galaxy. Very fortunate for Lord that they were able to kind of just hold themselves off, not necessarily getting drawn into the altercations. But ONYX Ravens just looking to push through, keeping quiet for such a long time. And, well, it paid off phenomenally as they were able to get themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner. NIGMA, though, doing a lot of work. You can see 1925 damage being dealt. Triple Sly. ONYX also pretty heavy hand there. Of course, Twisted, a lot of shooting, but unfortunately not getting very good eliminations converted out of that. The best conversion rate, though, is going to go to ONYX Ravens, getting themselves 10 elims out of that 1300 damage. And, well, no surprise to see Saad right here, right, coming through with the most eliminations, one of which has been a nade finish. Then we've got Lord and Freak there from NIGMA. Lord taking the most damage. Freak with the longest head, and Crazy for Conqueror, locking in the greatest distance traveled in this match. So some pretty strong statistics coming through here as well. But of course, that is only the first match. Right, day number 4, match 1 ticked off. We got 4 more to go. So next up, we are going to be heading towards the lovely Miramar. And this is where things have also been quite interesting to see how teams have been performing, right? Comparing it to the previous season that we've seen how teams have played on that. I mean, Brute Force, they proved to be quite a dominating team. They've already gotten themselves 7 win chicken dinners back in the spring season. This time around, Brute Force, they've been having a little bit of a tough run, right? They are the team currently sitting at the bottom of the board with regards to that Miramar performance. Not quite sure what's going on. Maybe it's just a thing. Maybe we'll see them come back a little bit stronger. But in the meanwhile, we also then going to be having the players from GANGSTERS, R8, Team Falcons, and W7 that are going to be joining us back on the field. Now, Falcons, they are the strongest team when it comes to Miramar. Again, they've not yet had a winner chicken dinner on there, but they have the most eliminations, they have the most placement points, and of course, if we look at the board, it makes sense to see them currently sitting on that, right? A third of the Falcon points has come through from their performance that we've seen on Miramar. So Miramar seems to be a map that they are quite heavily reliant on, right? A team like Geekay, for instance, it's slightly different, right? Geekay now sitting on 115 points, and on Miramar, they found a grand total of 39 points. But as we know, moving into Miramar, they are going to be sitting it out, so there's going to be no opportunity to close that up. R8, though, on the other hand, they've gotten 49 of their points on the map itself, one of which also has been a winner chicken dinner. So there's going to be a lot of room to play for here. As you can see, the contention starting to build, right? There's a little bit of that separation coming through between the top 10 and the lower 10. So I'm curious to see who's going to be looking to transition into those top 10 slots. As we know, moving into tomorrow, only the top few teams are going to be presented with the opportunity to play that Livik match. So the pressure will definitely be there. I'm saying Livik, but it's most likely going to be Vikendi. But either which way, the 6th match is only going to be up to, I believe, the top 12 teams, if I'm not mistaken. So the pressure is on, right? You have to try and get yourself in, get yourself situated. And of course, that is going to be a great opportunity to secure even more points to try and just widen that lead even more so. Or potentially grant yourself a bit of an opportunity to jump up ahead. Welcome, Satoru. Welcome to the chat. But let's see. I mean, if you guys agree with what I've been saying so far, let me know in the chat. If you don't, also, let me know. Curious to hear what your thoughts are. But yeah, some pretty high standards, some high expectations now being created for the Miramar map. So especially now with Falcons stepping in for their very first time of today, there's going to be a bit of expectation being created there. But as we saw, especially yesterday, right, it was tough, right? They were not really having as much success as they were hoping to have, especially with a back-to-back Miramar coming in. Falcons had a bit of a really tough time. Yesterday, we did see them not securing as many points. Hopefully today goes a little bit better for them. But of course, aside from the Falcons, it is also going to be a great, phenomenal opportunity for R8 So who knows? We could have a new reigning team when it comes to the map of Miramar. Only time will tell. Of course, we are just a few mere moments away from getting right down into the action to see what that flight path and zone is going to be bringing in. So if you have any potential inklings towards that, whether you think we are going to be looking at the flight path going in any which direction, hit us up in the chat. Let us know where would you like that zone to go. In the meanwhile, we are going to be waiting for the play now to appear on screen so we can hop in and see exactly what our teams have to work with. Of course, we should be getting into that very, very soon. So now is the opportunity to drop predictions if you haven't done so already. But of course, well, it's all going to come down to the only Miramar of the day. Speaking of which, it's going to be our opportunity now to hop straight on in to see exactly what that flight path is going to be bringing through as we get ready. It is going to be starting over in the southwestern side. Now that obviously then means, based on the trajectory that we can see here, that we are going to be heading up into the northeast. Ooh, yes, all the way up in towards Campo Militar. It's a nice change up from what we've been having in the previous few days of those zones, or the flight paths at least. I think we've only seen one other flight path similar to this, so this does allow for some great plays coming through a little bit more towards the north. Now, it's also going to be quite reliant on whether or not the zone is going to be complementing that, moving up north, or will it give us a beautiful southern position. We've seen the zone pull down to that Los Higos region. We've seen it pull over towards Impala. We've seen a few northern zones. We've seen a few center zones. Curious to see where this one is going to go. Alright, so we do have our zone popping up as well, staying up in the northeastern side. Ooh, gangsters, they're going to be happy about this, because now they can go about their business up in Campo Militar and not be too worried about getting a good rotation up into zone. I mean, they're already pretty close to it. Right, so Slime Machine now. And then Body Bus. Ooh hoo hoo. Are we gonna be seeing a vehicle knock? Fashe. Ooh, trying to get it. Very fortunate here for HMD. The Body Bus is not exactly one of the most agile vehicles, but of course, a UMP though is way more agile. This is a good finish coming in. First blood has been drawn. That is going to be ARB losing their first player. Steezy getting it done. Oh, Stizek, Steezy. Alright, well, we'll go with Steezy because it's easy. Meanwhile, CONQUEROR all the way on that southern edge of the zone. A very spread out drop that they've got. We got J9 and Crazy a little bit further up north, as you can see them now approaching that Minas del Valle position. They got the ONYX Ravens also within the vicinity, but you gotta watch out. ONYX Ravens could come through with a bit of a surprise performance here, that, as we've seen now coming through in that very first match. But CONQUEROR Iraq also one of the teams that are just kind of sitting in the middle of the board. Again, not the craziest run that they've had on Miramar. We're yet to see what their approach is going to be for the season, right? Are they going to be looking to capitalize on Miramar, looking to push it a little bit further? I mean, because last season, Miramar definitely not being one of their favorites. Same as we could say of Erangel for them. In fact, they were having a tough time just in general across the board. So let's see if this fall season is going to bring in that potential success. Will we see that step up in performance come through for a team like CONQUEROR Iraq? In the meanwhile, there's going to be Twisted Minds now playing for Center Zone. We did see the Falcons just a little bit further up north into Cruz del Valle. So Twisted can't go exploring all too much, right? Especially not up north. We're going to have them bump into the side of the Falcons. Let's see where they are going to look to commit to. I mean, even for now, this warehouse, not the worst position to be in. Alright, so here we go. Next X. Out of the maps that we have available, this is definitely proving to be, well, their best map. Miramar is the next X best map at this point. To give themselves 11 eliminations. They've been having a pretty decent run when it comes to it. R8 also a very contentious team when it comes to Miramar. Sitting with about a 14% success rate out of the 7 Miramars that they've played. So let's see if they'll be able to get maybe a higher conversion rate, a higher success rate to follow through. Brute Force. Again, we want to see that step up come through. Only 10 total points that they've been able to secure on this map, which is quite odd. We've seen them do way, way more than that. Right now, ooh, RDG with a nice little bit of a jump onto NASR. Riva Kalaga just biting at the heels as NASR look to get themselves positioned a little bit further up now, coming in from that southern side of the zone. Quest are going to be pushing in, and they've already been able to secure the first knock onto what's Twisted. Now going to be looking to follow through. Admon now waiting for the rest of the reinforcements to arrive as they look to spread themselves out. Al-Hajri now moving over towards the western approach. Gotta be careful though. Ooh, NASR coming in with a bit of an upset, adding to the sprays. And with that, of course, Twisted now finds themselves being the first team getting sent away. Vision though finding a little bit of the ARB squad all the way down on that Chumacera region. But let's see what's going to come through here from NASR, already having 2 eliminations up. Are they going to be able to find even more? And could it potentially be at the expense of the Falcons or the Quest squad? Right, so JVN predicting that we are going to be looking at a water treatment finish. I mean, that could still very well come through, as you can see R8 and Brute Force already being positioned in there. I got Alawan coming through with a hi in the chat. Hey, 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 hey. Let's be waiting to see where the Zarna is going to be taking us. Vision, Slime Machine, ARB, CONQUEROR, still sipping on some blue juice down south. Next, though, just going to be disengaging from El Pozo, looking to get their butts in zone, and they have quite a way to go as the zone now shifts up in towards Cruz del Valle, or Cruz del Valle rather. Tierra Bronca, going to be some interesting positions. Gangsters already getting themselves situated. But we can expect quite a bit of contention coming through on towards that western side. And looking at that region again, there's some pretty tough positions to try and play from. I mean, especially here where Quest is, this could be a nice setup. Playing on a little bit of elevation, looking to capitalize on a few compounds potentially. Oh, but of course, Falcons, they have exactly the same plan in mind. Instead, now Falcons, they have their numbers to try and utilize while we are still waiting for the rest of the quest squad now to kind of just come in there, bringing in that fortification. Damar experiencing a little bit of difficulty trying to drive through that graveyard. But the Falcons, this could be a good temporary hold position. I mean, it is also pretty close to center, but I don't think that this is going to be the spot that they'll be settling for. Maybe just treating it as a bit of a stopover, also waiting patiently to see where that third phase is going to be taking us. Meanwhile, RTG going to come flying in on the southern edge. KR doing exactly the same thing. But RTG not going to be holding up just yet. Instead, they are going to be pushing up, also looking for a potential bit of elevation. Oh, but Rio needs to watch out. Easy is lying in wait. The rest of the quest team getting ready to jump, and now that 2-2 split could get contested. Fortunately, the terrain is what it is, especially up in towards the north, though again, proving to be quite challenging for Quest to really utilize, but also a great opportunity for RTG now to just escape that initial onslaught. But up comes the rest of the push here. Quest finding a little bit of damage on towards Spec. Oh. And this region is going to be quite exciting to watch as the teams can really sneak their way around the opposing teams. Starting on the southern edge, wrapping all the way around to any other position. But of course, we're also still waiting for Vision, Sly, the rest of Conqueror, and of course, the entirety of Next to get themselves situated and positioned. I mean, looking at the next trajectory, they could potentially be pushing straight up in towards Torre Armada. As we know, it's a very flat-ish kind of position to play from, especially looking at where Lathe is currently finding themselves. But of course, well, that's all going to be null and void as they have to push further on down, right up into the mountains, right? And this is where the heat's going to come through, as we still have a vast number of teams remaining. We've only lost one, so we can still 15 squads, as well as 58 players. Now Tiger getting brought to their knees. RTG trying to secure at least that initial front line towards the eastern front. The west is going to be a little bit more challenging to defend, as you can see those mountains just behind them. Conqueror having nothing but flat expanses just held up ahead of them. Again, presenting quite a few challenges. Meanwhile, the Gangsters, they are no strangers to this region. Looking to have that now work in their favor, as they do take aim at Brute Force, but also you gotta watch out. If you can see them, there's a high chance that they can see you. Speedbot gets the hit up onto Jafar. Brute Force now keeping their eyes on that zone. Again, just alleviating a little bit of that pressure, not necessarily going to be rushing in. Just trying to deal with the side of Gangsters to allow themselves to push for zone. But again, you can't venture in too far. We do see the players there from R8. Also now at the ready at top of the hill. Oh, Prepod mind, they need to watch out. Prepod might realize that a little bit too late. It doesn't seem like R8 is fully aware of the teams now surrounding them, pushing in slowly but steadily. Oh, there we go. A few warning shots getting fired. Also now the tension building over on towards this western side. You can see Dika and Yakuza from W7 all the way up alongside the ONYX Ravens. This is where I'm curious to see what the ONYX Ravens are going to be bringing in here, right? Are they going to be looking to capitalize on the success that they've had in the first match? Looking to kind of build on that momentum. I mean, Miramar also not a bad map for them. They've been able to get themselves 32 total points here. Oh, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be NASR now finding a little bit of that vision action. Which is quite surprising, especially looking at vision and what they've been able to do so far on this map. But here we go. NASR still holding strong with the 4-piece. Sanhok sitting on those 3 elims. It is going to be the utilities now starting to do their thing. And of course the blue zone adding to the carnage. Starch and Xenox. Oof, the final 2 left here. Starch is about to get confirmed, and now Xenox having to do all the work. Unfortunate sort of events coming through for the side of NASR, but of course, Vision, no strangers to the difficulty that this map presents. Being able to kind of still keep themselves in the swing of things, even with only a 2-piece. Fortunately, Quest also brings in quite a bit of a helping hand, as we can see them just situated a little bit further up north. Again, are looking to play a bit of that gatekeep positioning. So that is going to severely restrict the options that Xenox has to work with here. Vision finding themselves in a very similar boat. But fortunately for Vision, they do have this vehicle to try and utilize. So it does open up the options. But again, not too many options to work with. As we look a little bit over towards the eastern side, it is going to be KR and Slime Machine. Both teams trying to get a bit of a foothold secured. Steezy now setting out the nade, trying to see if they can find a Hassan. But again, the terrain proving to be quite challenging. ONYX Ravens, though, following suit with the ARB champions. As we do say goodbye to 2 more. Sly now trying to utilize the smoke. Trying to get full advantage out of it. Meanwhile, next, ooh, trying to get a bit of a play. They only have Waleed up ahead, but Prepod off in the distance. Brute Force playing a dangerous game here. But they have the knowledge. They have the confidence. Let's see if they're going to be able to convert that into success. Meanwhile, Waleed going into a 1v4. A very, very emboldened play here. Yakuza off in the distance. Love to see Yakuza maybe draw in a little bit closer, but Yakuza has R8, has held up alongside them. That, of course, is also then going to be the end here for NASR. But Waleed, yeah, 1v4 is pretty dang tough to contest. And, well, so far it is looking pretty good for next. As they will add yet another elimination to their tally. Yakuza now playing a serious game of, well, please don't hit me. As they are going to get pushed. Beautiful spray. Picking up a 2-piece. Othman and Mexico going right on down. Now Waff Dexter now going to be looking to avenge their teammates. Oh, but Yakuza has other plans for them. Instead, swiftly deals with them as Neos, well, kind of brings in a bit of a helping hand, right? Finds what was left off the side of next. And off they go. Down to 11 we are. Brute Force, Gangsters, as well as Conqueror, Sly, and KR, yet to get themselves fully secured into the zone. As I said before, Brute Force not going to be feeling all too phased at this point. They are in their element. They know how to play this map, and all they got to do is just rely on their instincts. Ooh, there we go. 13 getting spotted. Hassan trying to drive it in. Let's see now, Sly. Yeah, you gotta watch out. Again, that rule applies, right? If you can see them, there's a really good chance that they can see you too. Now, nice bit of a back and forth here between Sly and KR. Hassan is going to be taking the plunge. Looking to push in on towards 13. Up comes the push. Now, ooh, Ali does find attacker. Fashe still going to be holding steady, so not all hope is lost for Sly. 13 a little bit too far away, but of course now nothing wrong with a little bit of those range altercations. Down goes Attacker, allowing Fashe just to retreat. 13 is down, so all the pressure now relying solely on Fashe's play. Well, and of course, well, it is inevitable. Down they go. KR grabbing a little bit of air as they look to grab their spoils. Now CONQUEROR also just holding, or Quest rather, holding steady. Sharing the southern positioning. GANGSTERS trying to figure out what their play is going to be at this point. Walsh has now just been brought back on their feet. Ooh, but again, that barrage coming through here from R8. Not going to let it slide. But the GANGSTERS, again, not looking all too phased by the difficulty of this region. Just inching their way forward, trying to make the most of what this terrain allows them to do. And that, of course, is sneak, right? Can disappear down the one corner, reappear on the other, and now it's going to be crazy. Also looking to apply a little bit of that pressure. This is the PUBG version of hide and seek. If you're joining us in the chat, welcome, welcome, welcome. Meanwhile, teams now finding themselves in a bit of a standoff down to the final 8 we are, right? 28 players remain. CONQUEROR yet to find some points. They've been bringing in a very balanced play with regards to their their placement points and eliminations, right? So very, very balanced across the board. I mean, again, not the crazy that we've seen, but still, balance is there. GANGSTERS on the opposite end, leaning a little bit more towards to the aggression in comparison to their placement points. So let's see if that is going to work in their favor now. RTG also quite an aggressive team when it comes to this map. But we see them situated way down on that eastern end. They are looking in this direction. They can hear the shots. But Reba now is going to do a little bit more than just look. They are going to come through with a bit of a push. Here they go. It is go time. Action time. You've got a few players on their knees. Jafar, though, beautiful hit with that DBS. Finds Reba and Crazy. Now it's down to J9. GANGSTERS now going to be looking to capitalize as we say goodbye to W7 as well. A little bit of that S12K. Oh, up it comes. Down goes J9 as the DBS proves to be a little bit more superior. Unfortunately, all they get at this point is just placement points. Not a single elimination to the side of CONQUEROR Iraq. Meanwhile, KR Esports still in the swing of things. 2 elims up, full squad available. Looking to contest Quest. Quest, though, on the other hand, they've been doing quite a bit of work already, sitting with those glorious 8 eliminations. Alhaje leading the charge, coming through with 4, but now down goes Easy. Hassan trying to play the upset. Up comes Mon. Beautiful spray. Getting your opponent stuck in a tree is exactly what you're supposed to do on Miramar. But Damar, ooh, being quite a bit of a nuisance here. Up comes the push. Mono having to retreat. Up comes Never Alone. Gets the spray and down they go. Kante also will be falling. And it all turns to Alhaje. Pretty tough play. Besiktas quickly just capitalizing on the available opportunity. And down they go. Galaga also getting traded. GANGSTERS now looking to build up that momentum. Already 6 eliminations steady. GANGSTERS now trying to divide and conquer. They found Kalaga, but down goes Welsh. A buddy is down as well. Jafar trying to bring them back, and that is exactly what happens. Rio are trying to bombard them with the utility. A little bit of an uphill battle. Up comes Jafar, though, driving the supercar over the hill. A little bit of a risky play, but that is not going to deter the gangsters as they come through. DBS finds one, finds two. Now it's all down to Groza. RTG having the tables completely turned against them. And again, that terrain utilization working absolutely phenomenally for the gangsters here. Making it look near effortless. KR coming in from that southern edge as well. So it's going to be a pretty tough stay here for Groza. The sprays continue to connect on in. Very low on health. One loud cough is all that's needed, but fortunately Groza is able to get themselves patched up just in the nick of time, but the blue zone is going to force their hand. They have only a few mere seconds to make a play. FALCONS though are going to be trying to close down this western edge. They got KR up ahead, Bashikta Ali now making that dash. 2-2 split working out in favor here of KR. 7 eliminations already to their name. KR definitely stepping up the ante. Showing that they mean business when it comes to Miramar. Unfortunately, this is the only Miramar of the day. The team's trying to make the most out of it. With that, we do say goodbye to Groza as the blue zone gets the upper hand. Now, gangsters have free reign to push in, especially on this western side. KR are going to be locking down the west and the south. And that leaves the FALCONS now to settle for the northwestern side. But Neverlord has been found. Salam, Pablo trying to push up. KR, the only crew left on a full squad. But is that going to work? Will those numbers be enough? Obviously, they got to have more than 4. But let's see, is 4 going to be the magic number for them? Pablo, Salam, just trying to keep themselves out of harm's way. Gangsters now going to be using this opportunity to get themselves patched up and positioned a little bit closer, keeping that pressure up. KR, though, feeling super emboldened at this point, playing a 2-2 split. 2 players to go up against FALCONS, the other 2 left to try and defend against the gangsters. Oh, but there we go. Hassan does find Kevin. That creates a little bit of an opening, especially in the side of the gangsters. Pablo looking to see if they can find Ali. I mean, it makes sense why KR are feeling this confident already, sitting with 8 eliminations to their name. Hassan are trying to lend a bit of a helping hand. But Salam does find the trade. FALCONS trying to hold nice and steady. Jafar cooking up an 8. This could be exactly what they need to find Hassan. Oh, it's pretty close. But it does not yet find the necessary damage. Hassan just looking on as the flames go up all around them. Gangsters not deterred. Still holding steady. Looking to see if they can reclaim a bit of ground. Blue zone is going to be closing in. Only having limited time left to work with here. But here we go. FALCONS proving to be very, very determined. Even though they've only 2 players. It's not going to stop them. Sun now waiting diligently. Trying to see if the gangsters are going to bite. Will they falter as they look to get themselves situated? Of course, the blue zone just a few seconds away from closing completely. And then we'll be in that 9th stage, right? No more plays after that. It is going to be the final push. The final few moments. Again, KR just showing how important it is at this point to utilize the terrain. Gangsters doing exactly the same. Sneaking their way on through. Ooh, we gotta watch out. The nade from Jafar could maybe reach in. get that final bit delivered. But here we go. Again, sometimes just the sound of the nade is enough to force the opposing team to do something. But in the meanwhile, Falcons about to get pushed. Pablo Salam about to run out of time. Up comes the spray though. Down goes Besikta. Pablo trying to defend as heavily as they can, but the vehicle explosion has ended right there for them. KR now in a world of trouble. Down to Hassan. Up comes the push now. It is going to be the gangsters looking to claim that winner with a chicken dinner. They do so beautifully as they do secure it. Hassan, the only player standing between them and that chicken dinner. Phenomenal push coming through from the gangsters. And of course, a beautiful run-away performance. I believe they secured themselves 14 eliminations. Absolutely amazing, amazing work. So what a push that was. I mean, you gotta love it though, right? It was just so exciting to see. And of course, the points, well, they don't disappoint. Right, ensuring that it is going to be absolutely crazy action all over the place. The gangsters rising up. Gotta love it though. I mean, just with that one single performance coming through from the gangsters, it really just advanced their overall performance and their overall strategy when it comes to the map of Miramar. So great to see that utilization come through. Amazing job. But of course, well, they weren't the only team that was bringing in a very contentious play. I mean, the terrain, super challenging to work through. You got to commend the side there of KR, feeling so confident, looking so confident. I mean, of course, just utilizing the living heck of what that terrain threw at them. Was quite emboldened though, also going for that 2-2 split. Even all the way up into that 8th phase. I mean, a very bold move. But as we know, at the end of the day, gangsters, they got the upper hand. And, well, it was chicken time. So well done to them. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at the points to see exactly how many each of our teams were able to secure. But as we know, gangsters, 14 elims up. So that does give them quite a bit of a boost. Speaking about boosts, let's take a look at the points. It's going to be a glorious 24-pointer coming through for the gangsters themselves. With that, it also then pushes them up to the top of the earnings for the day. Unfortunately, ARB champions ONYX and Twisted are going to be sent back empty-handed, right? Not finding themselves any points whatsoever. But a glorious run. Now, this is especially good for the side of, well, the players coming from the side of the gangsters, right? As we know, they were sitting a little bit lower on that leaderboard. But amazing performance has allowed quite a bit of that movement. We'll take a look at that pretty soon as we take a gander over onto the overall rankings. But the gangsters just looking so proficient, so confident as they moved in Jafar. As I said last season, right? Either give them a DBS or a ranged weapon and they are an absolute nuisance. Couple that with a buddy holding up alongside with them. And that is just, you know, a very strong winning combo. But valiant effort being brought through here from the side of KR. There we go. Winner chicken dinner. Taking a look at the performances here between Yakuza, who's also been popping off quite a bit in this last match. Comparing that to Jafar. Nearly double the damage coming in from Jafar. Very similar amounts when it comes to the eliminations and of course those assists as well. But Jafar just looking so amazing, pushing through this match, looking like $1,000,000. So what a performance that was. Gangsters are going to be feeling pretty proud, and I mean, I'm also pretty proud of the performance that they've had. But as we know, that was the only Miramar of the day. Right now, next up, we are going to be heading into a double dose of Erangel to see what the teams are going to be doing. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the damage. Of course, the gangsters securing themselves 2,627 damage, finding 14 eliminations out of all of that. But the strongest conversion rate is going to go to Quest, though, with 1,500 damage. Even just there on the mark. Of course, finding themselves 8 eliminations out of all of the action. It's a very interesting play. Also, you got to give it up to the players there from KR coming through with a very healthy dose. Also, I believe that was, 1,800 damage. So, a very strong performance on their end. But again, that is no surprise. Looking at just how active they were, especially moving through these final few stages. it makes sense, right? It makes so much sense to see that kind of play coming through from them. But as we know, of course, we also then need to see how all of this then impacts our overall standings and whether or not we've seen any major changes, any major shifts coming through. Of course, you can expect with this play coming through from Gangsters that there has been movement on their end. And of course, speaking about movement, let's take a look at the board. So top two, nothing has changed, right? R8 just getting even closer now, just 1 point away from GK. Of course, Falcons, they've also jumped up a slot. We did see RTG and Quest also getting themselves scooted up a slight little bit. Quest, of course, taking a 3-slot jump. And then as we take a look at IKURD-E-SPORTS as well, that is a 4-slot move, all the way from 12th place up into 8th position. So very, very healthy dose coming through on their end. As we take a look onto the second page, this is where we can see the Gangsters, right? So very securely sat up in 13th. Of course, sharing the points there with the side of NASR, but they started off in 18th place. So a beautiful 5-slot jump coming through from Gangsters. One winner chicken dinner, really making quite an impact, right? And that's the beauty of this early part of the game, especially looking at where we are in the phase. But as we know, moving further through the day, we're going to have to get the teams looking to really hunker down, especially seeing that tomorrow is going to be the last day of this phase. It's all going to come down to where these teams find themselves. And of course, they are playing for their share of those bonus points. And as we know, bonus points translate straight over into what we'll be seeing in the finals, right? Because that is the amount of points the teams are going to be working with. But in the meanwhile, of course, well, we're waiting to head right back over onto Erangel to see what our teams are going to be bringing in. So if you've got any predictions, any thoughts regarding the map of Erangel, I think that would be a good time to share it should you feel like you have to. But of course, in the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
اهلا وسهلا معكم ماو في فقره حواريه مع احد ضيوفنا. اهلا وسهلا فيك سيف، حدثنا عن نفسك وعرفنا اكثر. من هو سيف؟
يا مرحبا، معك سيف، فريق فيجن سبورت من السعوديه، من سكان حائل.
يا اهلا وسهلا في قبائل حائل. ودنا نعرف طموحات سيف، توجه سيف في مجال الرياضات الالكترونيه تحديدا في ببجي موبايل.
اكيد توجهي انا والفريق اللي معي خاصه السنه هذه تحديدا توجهنا للبي ام بي سي باذن الله.
باذن واحد احد توب 1 يعني نقدر نقول بالمية
ان شاء الله، من توب 4 توب 4 تاهل ان شاء الله نتاهل
باذن واحد احد. نبي نعرف اكثر شلون كانت تجربتك في البي ام ار سي، شلون شفت الاجواء في الاونلاين، شلون ممكن تستفيد منها للمستقبل.
بالنسبه للبطوله يعني التنظيم كان ممتاز، بس بالنسبه لفريقنا ما كانت افضل تجربه. ان شاء الله نوعد الجمهور ان شاء الله بالبي ام بي والبطولات القادمه ان شاء الله.
All right. Here we go, getting ready to jump in. Of course, it is going to be time for Erangel to come up next. So we are going to be having a double dose of Erangel finding its way onto the battlefield. So the teams are going to be quite happy about that, I believe so. Seeing that today is, well, Erangel Day, right? We are looking at 3 Erangels. So the final few now about to make their way on in. But as we know, moving into match number 3, that is going to be the opportunity for Group C to take a bit of a rest. Group D instead will be filling back up again. So Group D is going to be the players from Geekay, IKURD, NIGMA, as well as Triple. And then, of course, the players from Group C is going to be Brute Force. We have the ONYX Ravens, as well as RTG and Twisted Minds. So curious to see what the performance is going to bring as these teams will be venturing out looking to claim a little bit of that territory yet again. Well, so far we've been seeing the players from Slime Machine continuing with a very, very exciting bit of performance here. I mean, still holding on, being our top earning team when it comes to Erangel. Of course, we did see the ONYX Ravens previously get themselves that winner chicken dinner, but unfortunately, as we know, they're not going to be in game number 3. Also then, I'm curious to see whether or not Quest are going to be looking to step it up. They've also found themselves 2 winner chicken dinners so far. So let's see, will this be the 3rd Erangel chicken that they'll be able to get? Of course, only time will tell. But yeah, whatever we don't see happening in this match, it is also then potentially going to be changing as we move into game number 4. Speaking about the matches though, it is go time. So if you want to give your predictions, telling me where you think the flight path is going to be taking us, let me know, hit me up. Do you think it is going to be south? Do you think it's going to be north? Which way do you think it is going to be heading? Of course, as you remember, the first match, we did see that zone ending up towards the more northern side, right on the edge, of course, of that waterway, which you can see just off in the distance there. So we are going to be starting off at Milta Power over on the eastern side. Heading over towards the west. Let's see where it is going to be stopping, as the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated. It is heading right over towards South George. Hey. Very centered flight path. Now, I think the zone is going to be the big kicker at this point, right? Are we going to be seeing a mad push going up north, go south? Where will it take us? Or could we potentially have a very centered zone come in? I mean, that is also going to be a potential option right here. Then again, if we look at the leaderboards that we saw just over on that left-hand side, and we'll of course have it once we venture into the match as well. It will be at the top of the screen. It's very close. Very, very close between Geekay and R8. So R8 and Geekay, both teams, I think we are going to be paying very close attention to them, looking to see if they can bring in that upset. I mean, FALCONS also having a bit of an opportunity here. They are only trailing by 13 points. Ooh. And with the Southern Shift, this is where things could now get very, very exciting. It is going to be the ARP champions, though, making that plunge, looking to get themselves situated down south as quick, fast as they can. Meanwhile, Nex and the FALCONS are going to be pushing up in towards Yasnaya, so a little bit of contention going through on that end. Right, so apparently we could potentially be looking at a milli zone finish right on the base. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a Yasnaya zone. That is... it's very safe to say that at this point. In the meanwhile, we can see the gangsters finding themselves in a very interesting position on that far western side. Looking over on towards the bridge here as well on the east. It is going to be ARB, NASR, potentially Slime Machine and Triple. We could look to light things up ever so slightly. Spake now just drifting. I mean, might as well, right? You're crossing a bridge, trying to look all which ways. So a little bit of drifting is not necessarily the worst thing that you can do at this point. Oh, it's going to be tough though for Smoker. Down they go. ARB already losing their first. It's interesting though, because usually we see Smoker being one of the players that usually either out-survive the rest of the team or outlives the rest of the team, whatever you want to call it. So having them now fall quite early on could maybe be a bit of a turning point. I mean, we still have Ricard and HMD, but they've already been able to rotate all the way onto that southern island, moving into the milli base. QTEL gonna have a pretty tough time. The gangsters also making a bit of a run for it, trying to venture through the open field, heading in the direction of Gatka. Fortunately for them, Quest are looking to disengage, and instead focus their efforts towards the western bridge. J7 though, speaking about bridges, does find a mud. Beautiful gatekeep coming through on this one. Result now kind of rethinking that strategy, saying, you know, I'm gonna go for the other bridge. Right, maybe this bridge is not the best bridge to go for. W7 also running into a little bit of problems, as we can see over on towards the far western side. Waleed has been brought down. Kevin also in retaliation has been hit. Hey buddy, coming through with the car 98. You gotta watch out for Hero. That UMP can be absolutely devastating. But again, fortunately, W7 not close enough to cause too much of an issue here for the gangsters. They can still get themselves rezzed. And of course, looking at how they were utilizing terrain in the previous match, I mean, this region should be no challenge for them whatsoever. They could actually get the jump in on W7. Oh, Yakuza coming through with a nade. Oh, you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. That nade. Oh, on the money. Everybody is down. Kevin is down. Yakuza now with a no-look throw. Doesn't get the finish, but like comes Jafar looking to defend. Oh, they want to get it though. Yep. There goes Hero. Alright, now out comes the reinforcement. The cavalry has arrived. Waleed taking quite a bit of damage, but Dika with a quick response does end it for the gangsters. Very unfortunate turn of events, but it's very great now for the study of W7, sitting with 4 lovely eliminations to their name. Now they can sit back and rotate all the way down to zone. Unless, of course, R8 looks to get the jump on them. Meanwhile, speaking about zone, we got KR and Quest in very close proximity to each other over on towards the western side of the island. They got NIGMA just on the edge there as well, over towards the east. So again, not the easiest position to be in. Could be a little bit of a pressure play coming through there. Meanwhile, the Falcons, they're just going to be strolling through the nice peace and tranquility. I mean, next, still holding up in towards Yasnaya. We do have the players from IKURD also in the vicinity, but again, not close enough to be of any concern to them. Meanwhile, Geekay just casually strolling over this western bridge. No one there to gatekeep, but if they venture a little bit further inwards, they'll be finding themselves abruptly running into Quest, NIGMA, KR, and the likes. So you gotta watch out. Can't exactly say the same about the eastern bridge. I mean, also uncontested rotation coming through here from Vision. The nearest team to them is NASR, but NASR, they are going to be dipping over in towards the Novorepnoya container yard. So that does ease things up quite a bit now for Vision as well. Alright, so up comes Quest. A very confident team when it comes to this, showing great consistency, securing themselves 2 Winner Winner Chicken Dinners, 23 points, the same as Sly. But Sly, they've been having a little bit more of a heavy hand, right? Having 10 more eliminations. So curious to see how both those teams are going to be playing it out. Meanwhile, ARB Champions, our most aggressive team on Erangel, sitting with 34 eliminations to their name. Leading the charge, 3 more than we've seen come through from the side of Sly. But the difference is, for ARB, they've not yet had the opportunity to get a Winner Winner Chicken Dinner. So next, going to be a little bit hesitant with the rotation. Still going to be just holding on to that Yasnaya position. I mean, it might be... there might be a strategy connected to that, but I can tell you they are going to be having a pretty tough time securing any kind of positioning moving into this next phase, seeing that it is now yet again pulled over on towards that western edge. I mean, their only route that would make sense would probably be to push for that western bridge. Falcons also yet to move up. Triple having a little bit of a tough time, seeing that they are, well, only sitting with a bit of a two-piece there. Ooh, but here we go. The spray coming through. Besikta. Oh, gets the hit up on Kante. Quest now. Oh, we're starting to backpedal, but up comes Al-Hajj. Looking to save the day. Easy. Going to be keeping themselves a little bit more distant as we do have Geekay up on that ridge. But Geekay... Oh, never mind. Quest, though, are going to be pushing in and wiping the floor with KR. Up comes NIGMA. Got NIGMA on the front line. Geekay on the ridge line. So Quest, well, they're not going to have it easy at this point. You can see Al-Hajj, though, finding free. Coops finds Easy. Nice little bit of an exchange there as Easy finds Coops in turn. So both players sending out those nades at nearly exactly the same time. But the pressure again finds itself reliant on Al-Hajj. I hope they give Al-Hajj an extra set of high fives because, I mean, they've been working so hard in these first few matches. Of course, it's not going to end just yet, as Al-Hajj now is going to be the sole survivor. Raouf pushing through, trying to get Coots back in the match. But Geekay still having quite a bit of an opportunity available to them. They could definitely leverage that elevation. We could also see Vision sneak in, coming through from that eastern side. But Al-Hajj now really needs to be careful. Because not only is it NIGMA, right? Geekay moving up. You can see Santa. They can't resist the urge to get involved. Oh, Lord. Might be a bit of trouble, but this could also be exactly what we need to see now for Al-Hajj. Looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. The nade is in, though. Finds Raouf. Up they come. Oh, but the spray is in. Santa with the upset. Al-Hajj is not going to be happy about that. SK Ton then also finds a little bit of the Santa action. Playing a bit of Grinch here, but up comes Gaith looking to see if they can bring in some retaliation. Santa has not yet been punched out. What's up, Red Eyes? Welcome to the chat. In the meanwhile, we are down to 13 teams. NIGMA being the predominant prediction here. And Yusuf coming in with, well, the Gangsters. I mean, Yusuf was accurate. Gangsters definitely get a shout out because, well, they were the first team out. But here we go. The push is in the zone now. Being, well, 50% water, 50% land. Next, still sipping on blue juice all the way out towards that far northeastern edge. But they are going to be running into a little bit of that triple and IKURD action. Meanwhile, center zone is going to be reliant on Geekay and potentially even conquer Iraq just over on the western side. But I like this position coming through for the side of Geekay. Having quite a bit of range to work with here. Allows them a lot of information, but also quite a bit of power onto the approaching teams. But again, now we have the Falcons also looking to get themselves situated. ARB going to be losing a few players. Salam is going to be falling down as well. Falcons now down to a 3-piece. Vision trying to lock it in. But again, in the aircraft boneyard, it's not going to be the easiest position to try and push your way through. Oh, nice angle onto Freak. We did see that interview going through with Saif as well. Doesn't seem like there's going to be anything on the board for Saif, at least not at this current point. The meanwhile, ooh, the shots will continue. Pablo finding Saif, down they go. Now it is up to Tapok to see what they can bring in as the Falcons are going to be taking the plunge, rushing up quite aggressively. 2 vehicles flying in. Pablo, super low on health, is now relying on Volt, and down they go. Amazing rush coming through from Falcons, wiping out Vision. IKURD also going to be following suit as they get reduced down to only 2 remaining players now. It's down to Malik and AZ to carry the name of IKURD into the zone. The rush is there. It is going to be a beautiful Scar L/DP28 spray down. As Spec gets ready to push. Malik now taking so much damage. Next now doubling down on the efforts. Very late rotation coming through from Next, but of course now it allows them to capitalize. The teams are focusing their efforts forward, not expecting that push to come through. Othman with a bit of a reach there. Trying to see if they can find Xenox. Next now looking to pick up a few pieces along the way. This could potentially be the best Erangel that we've seen come through from their end. 3 eliminations up. The most elims that they've had so far on this match. Previously, they only had 1. Now, sitting on 3, I mean, they must feel amazing. Also holding on to that 3-piece. And only 3 slots away from getting into placement point territory. NASR now starting to encircle them. Looking to surround them. Have that opportunistic angle to try and capitalize upon. But Spec coming in from the south. Could play a major upset at this point. But it does seem like Next are going to be looking to risk it as they get ready to push. Starch goes down. Oh, great play though. No, don't stop. Keep going. Oh, Mexico getting a little bit over eager. A little bit greedy, wanting to try and get all the elims they can find. They do lose Nawath as well. Down goes Mexico, and so it's all reliant on Othman. And a very costly oops being made here. Othman now getting absolutely rammed. Up comes the spray, and down they go. Oh, I mean, well, Next tried, right? They definitely did try, so you got to give them that, right? Good effort, right? A bit of a oopsie there with the push, but you know what? It is what it is. In the meanwhile, let's take a look and see what IKURD are going to be bringing through. Positions over on towards the eastern side, sharing a region with so many other teams. I mean, W7, though, in contrast, they have a very comfortable position. Just hugging the coastline over on the far western side. No one there to contest them. I mean, so they're going to be smiling for quite some time. Also then sitting with 4 eliminations to their name. CONQUEROR Iraq, as you can see, they've not yet found any elims. And they are sitting center zone. So curious to see if anything is going to come through from that. Then of course we got triple. Down to 1. No elims just yet. So Result will have a pretty tough time. Ooh, but here we go. It's going to be NIGMA pushing up on R8. Interesting approach coming through here from NIGMA though, as they do find Prestige, but Koops does take quite a bit of damage. Oh, up comes the drift as Escaton gets a little bit cheeky. Freak is down. Down goes Escaton, of course. Oh, again with the crash though. What Ragnarok? Just running over the side there of Lord. I don't know, having to hastily approach here, trying to see what they can get done. Of course, the spray is there, but Koops gets the upper hand, and down goes R8. But an amazing knock coming through, though. The timing was just impeccable. But now, Geekay being presented with a great opportunity here. Should they choose to push, or should they just choose to stare? Down to a 3-piece. It is going to be Lord and Koops down below. Will they live to regret it? Or will they be okay? Right, we don't know just yet. We are going to be finding out pretty dang soon. In the meanwhile, the shots now continue to fly over onto the Falcons. Ooh, down goes Never Alone. the push is in. Here we go. NIGMA looking to contest Geekay. But you gotta watch out for Ragnar. Holding on that far edge. Meanwhile, CONQUEROR finding a bit of an opportunity on towards W7 on that far western side. But up comes Gaith now with a nade at the ready. Is that going to be the opportunity they're looking for? Krups now going to be sticking around. Instead, they hop in the little buggy. Just trying to keep themselves out of harm's way. Alright, so Gaith now just quickly rejoining back in the team. Falcons coming under some pretty heavy fire here as NASR looks to lock it down, but Pablo not going to settle for that. Instead, the shots continue to fly on through. Now coming in from all directions, IKURD also just holding towards the southern end, so it is going to be exceptionally difficult for the side of Falcons to get themselves out of this one. Damar goes down. Alright, NASR with a very steady approach. Oh, there we go. Xenox finds it, and that is the end of the Falcons. Getting shipped out in 9th place. 4 elims to their name. Spec, though, in a very interesting position, especially for NASR, all the way on that far southern edge. Xenox, J7, looking to push in from the north, and they get it as the nades are on the money, and that is IKURD getting their ticket punched. Down to the final 7 we go. Triple still holding steady. No, well, they were. As a result now, well, results in the lobby. W7 also feeling it heating up. ARB champions making it exceptionally difficult for them. Geekay also reaching across the way. But CONQUEROR Iraq just very quiet on that far southern edge. See already 1 or 2 points getting sent their way. NASR though sitting with 12 eliminations to their name, still holding on to that 3-piece. So this could be a phenomenal play coming through from the side of NASR. Xenox leading the charge. We can see with those 7 eliminations coming through. This is now the cue for CONQUEROR to start exploring. They need to get themselves closer to the zone already. J9 pulling up alongside Spec. Oh, I want to see J9 and J7. Come on. Come on. It's going to be a numbers game. Who's going to be the one to reign supreme between those two? This is one of the few instances where I would ask that Geekay maybe not lay waste to both of them. Right. We just want to see that fight. Just want to see J7 and J9. Alright, now Crazy was about to get in the vehicle, but then came to the realization that maybe it's not the safest play to make at this point. We got ARB still making a lot of noise over on the edge of zone. But they have to budge at some point, seeing that we've got about 2 minutes left on the clock. Now it is going to be up to Geekay, looking to just dominate from atop the hill. They got nothing but air up there as they can look to reach down. QTEL. Ooh, coming in with a bit of a sneaky spray. Spec almost being presented with a great opportunity there. In the meanwhile, there's going to be Lord. Finding a few hits. Nothing too extravagant. A lot of focus now being applied onto the ARB champions. I don't think that they are going to be able to make it out of the zone. Especially with the blue now about to start nipping at their heels. And of course the rest of the lobby pointing their sights in this direction. Who's going to be the team to deal the final blows into the side of the ARB champions? HMD now trying to push up. Down goes Ragnar as Crazy comes through with the M249 spray though. Oh, QTEL. Yep. Tries to get it, but will not lock it in. Instead, Crazy, staying true to their name, With M2 for spray at that range, absolutely insane. Well played. Now, HMD. What will it be? Where they're going to go? Been able to secure at least somewhat of a position on the edge now. Turning their focus onto Tiger. But again, you got to watch out. Oh, beautiful hit. This nade could be it though. J9 sends it out. Will it find its place? No. HMD instead. Being able to just get out of harm's way. But up comes GK. They're not going to let any of that slide. Trying to make it as much of an uphill battle for the opposing teams. NIGMA though is starting to take a bit of a spread. The same can be said about NASR. Trying to widen their reach. CONQUEROR, they don't have that luxury. They're going to have to keep it a little bit more tight and concise. They're still trying to make that play for the zone, but they've got only 20 seconds or so left on the clock and still a little bit of a distance to cover. Spec, though, hasn't been moving much whatsoever, just waiting for that opportunity to come through and present itself. You see Lord Coops off in the distance. But again, not having that clear line of sight. Oh, there we go. Spec, though. The patience pays off. Spec has been hugging the heck out of this tree for the longest time. But they can't continue to hug it for much longer. They have to push up, seeing that that counter is ticking down. Effortless spray, though, onto Tiger. 1 down, 2 more to go. Maybe 3. But now CONQUEROR finding themselves in between a rock and a tough place. Here comes HMD. Oh, getting spotted out. Yep. That prone animation just a little bit too slow, and that bites them in the butt. Down they go. But here we have it. CONQUEROR still in it. Trying to push up. Will they get a position next to GK though? If it's up to Spec, the answer is going to be no. Not going to let it slide in for free. Down goes Reba. Crazy now trying to push up. You got to watch out for that M24. M249 though. Oh! Tiger with a re-knock on them yet again. Spec not going to be giving up. There we go. Crazy now getting traded. Quick Bison spray, and that is it. That is the end of the road. J9 getting closed up by Ragnar. CONQUEROR getting shipped out with 3 elims up. Now we are down to the final 3 squads. It is going to be a 3v3v2. NASR, GK in a position to try and clutch this one out. But NIGMA, they've just been so quiet. Not making a single noise. Coops now waiting in the wing. Spots Xenox. The spray is there and down they go. Now it's up to Spec. J7 caught on the opposite end. Could be potentially contesting the side of GK. But Spec now looking to play the advantage. Lord again showing some great discipline here. Just keeping a very contentious angle there. But of course now it is going to be Spec and Coops getting ready to face off. Confirmation not yet secured on towards Xenox. So the final 7 players still having quite a long way to go. This final zone closure is going to be the decisive play though. GK keeping it nice and quiet up top. Still holding on to that 3-piece. Xenox about to get rezzed up. A Spec has been able to make it over. Again, NIGMA not playing too much Overwatch. Curious to see at which point we'll have Coops now climbing back up that hill. Lord could do with the reinforcements. And GK now going to be starting with their spread. Looking to make themselves some pretty tough targets at this point. Oh, but the spray is in. Coop secures Xenox. So that puts all the pressure now on Spec. The push is going to come through. Coop sends it out. Will it be on the money? No, it doesn't exactly reach, but out comes Geekay sending it up into Lord. Gaith Ragnar coming through with a push. Oh, but will they be able to find it? No, that's Hope, not Ragnar. Oh, but the nade is out. Oh, finds the first bit. Quick response coming through there from GK as well. Like the mollies getting sent down. Does prevent that initial push, but that is not going to stop the side of NASR. Spec and Sanhok gets ready, and down they go. Gets Ragnar. Now it's essentially a 2v2v2 across the board. GK not having the advantage anymore. Down they go. It's now going to be between NASR and NIGMA to try and settle their differences, though. GK getting sent out with 9 elims to their name. NIGMA, they've locked in a bucket load. But NASR, they've secured even more. But a beautiful nade now coming through from Lord. NIGMA sitting on 8 eliminations. 16 already secured from the side of NASR. So here we go. It is going to be down to the wire. The final spray is in, and it is NIGMA Galaxy taking control as they claim that winner chicken dinner. Game number 3. Game, set, match. NIGMA looking to rebuild the momentum, right? Looking to regain the control that they were showing in the previous season. But what a phenomenal push that was. NIGMA Galaxy, though, hitting those double digits. Of course, a very, very strategic play to get that winner chicken dinner secured. Just got to love all the action that teams are bringing through. But, of course, you got to commend the side of NASR as well, right? Absolutely insane performance. A very strong dose of points getting sent their way. So you got to love what these teams are doing. But, of course, that is our second one done now, right? We only have one more Erangel to go. So, yeah, NIGMA setting the bar high on that. NASR meeting the bar and pushing it a little bit beyond, right? But you gotta love just the final 3 teams that we had, right? GK, NIGMA, NASR fighting for that winner chicken dinner. And that is what we want to see. The teams really hunkering down, bringing in as much aggression as they could possibly find. But of course, well, we need to take a look and see what the point situation is. How many points our respective teams were able to secure? We did see the elimination counts being what they were, but now what has the rest of the lobby been able to do? Seeing that we've had such a dominating performance and of course, such a challenging zone. Moving down south, never that easy. But, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at that momentarily. But you got to give it up. ARB, I mean, not exactly having that run that we've been seeing come through from their end. As we take a look at the points here, we can see ARB only locking in 5 points, which is quite surprising because they are the team rather with the highest consistency when it comes to overall points. But NASR, NIGMA just running away with that. Locking in 20 and 22 points respectively. Unfortunately, Slime Machine and the Gangsters having to take a stop at the donut shop as they are not going to be finding themselves any points. But this is where it all started to build up. I mean, just the proficiency, the effortlessness coming through from both, well, GK, NIGMA, and NASR. It was just so insane to witness. Yakuza being one of our MVPs from the previous match, not having the same luxury this time around. You also got to commend the side of ARB, man. As I said, right, they are a very strong team when it comes to this map, sitting with the most placement or the most total points secured on the game. But again, this Erangel not playing in their favor. Such a challenging position to try and work with. NASR now also very securely ensuring that they get themselves the most eliminations out of all our participating teams. Currently sitting on 38. The closest we have to that is, of course, then the ARB champions with 36. But what a run indeed. Now, looking at this performance that we had from NASR, NIGMA, and GK, well, it wasn't quite enough to bring in major upsets, right? But looking at the performance that we had come through here from NASR, though, it is looking pretty strong. Xenox coming through with a big carry with regards to the damage dealt. Of course, converting 9 eliminations out of the 1236 damage they were able to find. And as you can see, Spec really good at dodging hits, right? That was such an exciting play coming through from their end. But of course, well, that is just the stat breakdown. We also need to see how all of that then impacts our overall standings. But before we get into that, we are going to be taking a look at the damage charts, right? NASR coming through with 3,032 damage. Well, almost double that of which they've been able to convert into eliminations. So that, of course, then means that the strongest conversion rate is going to go to the side of Geekay, finding 9 eliminations out of 1,566 damage. NIGMA also then with a healthy dose, the 1,900 damage, getting 10 elims out of that. Been a lot of shooting, but of course, take into account what these teams were doing moving into those later stages. There wasn't a lot of movement coming through from their end. They were pretty much secured within their positions moving to that late stage, and of course that allowed them to get so aggressive, right? Really shoot at everything and anything that moved around them. But the main thing that we need to look at is how all of that then impacts our overall rankings. As we can see, Geekay now sitting on a glorious 129 points. Of course, no movement within the top 3. NASR still, rather FALCONS, still locked into that 3rd place. NIGMA, though, with the performance that we saw, taking a beautiful 7-slot leap up into that 4th position. So absolutely phenomenal place for them. But as we move on to the 2nd page, we see NASR with a 4-slot jump. With a floor slot, yes. A 4-slot jump all the way up into that 10th position coming from 14. So magic happening out there. Of course, we didn't see a lot of movement coming through for KR as they still locked in on 8th. But as we look down to the last bit of the page, of course, it's also pretty consistent from W7 all the way down to 20th. Nothing has changed on that front. So, of course, we are going to be looking to the next match to see if we will be having even more plays being made by some of the other teams, right? Moving into game number 4, it is going to be that chance now for KR, Next, X, Quest, as well as Slime Machine to have a bit of a break. But we'll be having Brute Force, ONYX Ravens, RTG, as well as Twisted Minds joining us on the battlefield. Looking to see what they can pull off. Right, so now looking at the performances that we've had from the 4 teams that are going to be joining us and what we could be potentially expecting to see come through on Erangel. I mean, there's quite a bit that could come that could really start to happen here. I mean, Brute Force, though, looking at what they've been doing across the board, only finding 25 points in total so far off of Erangel, so definitely not one of our top earners with regards to far away from the overall positioning that we find our teams in. So again, looking forward to see how they are going to be looking to improve that moving into this match. And then, of course, well, we got the players from Twisted Minds. Again, all 4 of these teams sitting in a very kind of consistent position with regards, right? Holding on to that kind of mid-region. So I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for the teams now to really double down and look to push that as best they possibly can. But of course, well, we are going to be venturing in. So if you've got any predictions as to where the flight path is going to be going, let me know. You can also give your prediction with regards to that zone, as we are going to get ready to jump straight up into the action. No more dilly-dally as we head on in. Of course, see the flight path is going to be starting on the eastern side. Got the lovely Stolber, Mansion, Lupovka, Yasnaya, all of them situated on this end. Let's see how far to that western edge the zone is going to be pulling us. Of course, well, moving all the way to the edge, heading right over ruins. So very similar flight path to what we had in the previous match. But curious to see how this one is going to play out. And of course, we are waiting in anticipation to see where that zone is going to be taking us. So drop your predictions for zone. Let's see who gets right on the money. In the meanwhile, we wait for our teams now to get themselves dispersed. ARB obviously can't go for Sosnovka this time around, so they will have to settle for something slightly different. Maybe a little bit of that Kameshki action. But they have to be quite cautious, right? NIGMA back where they belong. Now just waiting for NASR up there as well. Yeah. Well, looking at the momentum that they've been building up so far, if NASR can maintain that pushing through, I mean, the opportunity is there, right? But this is also going to be the last match for NASR. Oh, look at that zone. Almost a copy-paste of the previous one, but just a little bit worse, right? Leading a little bit more onto that southwestern side. Now, we have a lot more reduced playable area, seeing that we've got such a large chunk of water. So the teams will really have to fight quite a bit. Maybe what a way to close off the last Erangel of the day. A little bit of that sweaty action. And I think this is actually pretty cool because this is going to prep the teams for Sanhok, right? Sanhok is about that size. That is going to be absolutely insane. So maybe we should be looking to our most successful Sanhok team to get a good assessment. Right, so R8 is our strongest Sanhok team, followed closely by Geekay and Twisted. So let's see what our top three teams from the side of Sanhok are going to be doing with this one. I mean, because this plays essentially into their hand, into their favor, right? Only 3 teams currently within zone. It is going to be the Gangsters, CONQUEROR Iraq, and RTG. It's now up to Triple to get themselves dashed across that bridge. Feeling a little bit of that heat coming in from behind. As you can see, NASR looking to double down. Get a double dose of glorious Erangel. We're heading their way. So where the last zone finished, where the last map ended, is where center zone is pretty much right now. So yeah, I mean it's a little bit of a tough introduction now for Brute Force, ONYX Ravens, RTG and Twisted. I mean, they didn't have the luxury of the previous match, right? Now they get thrown into this one, and now they gotta either sink or swim. So let's see how they're going to be looking to play it out. Meanwhile, NASR heading right back over in towards the lovely Novorepnoya. R8 and ONYX still in their respective positions up in North and South George. We got Geekay going about their business up in Rozhok and School. We got the Broody Fruities all the way up in Severny. And of course, ARB, as we saw, I mean, had the flight path allowed it and they moved all the way down to this side, well, if they dropped in their usual location, I mean, they would have been feeling pretty confident at this point. So it's interesting to see them not really looking to do that. Instead, they seem to be committed to Kameshki. In the meanwhile, Rio now trying to time this breach camp. Looking for the opportunity on towards AZ. Yes, in case you want to update on the leaderboards, it's at the top of the screen. And it's live, so as the teams acquire points, scores are updated as well. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Rio to lock in AZ. That sweet, sweet badger. The honey badger. Twisted now very leisurely strolling in and around the bridge. I mean, they do have RTG positioned right behind them, but it doesn't seem to phase them all that much. So both teams now settling for a truce, at least for now, moving in their opposite directions. So it does seem like a few teams are expecting the zone maybe to pull back onto the main. If that's going to be the case, the Gangsters are going to find themselves absolutely blessed, because I think if it goes main, it could either go Ferry Pier or over towards, well, the Gangsters' current positioning, right? So, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a gamble to see exactly where it will take us. But in the meanwhile, I see you guys are enjoying this quite a bit. The zone being absolutely brutal to these teams. Of course, FALCONS not going to be two-faced just yet. Slowly getting themselves ready to venture on down. I mean, NIGMA, they only have to move a slight little bit to get themselves in zone. So again, I don't think that they are going to be feeling any pressure. As you can see, the zone just stopping right there on the H and I of Pachinki. So Coop's essentially already within the zone. Yeah, I think if the zone pulls to the bridge as well, I mean that western bridge, it could be quite a bit of an upset. But I think the biggest upset is going to come, especially when the zone pulls to the island again. But also being in a bit of a quarry zone, I'm not going to say no to that. So let's see where the teams will be moving towards. This brute force making their long arduous trek. Zone quite some distance away. Alright, so we are seeing a little bit of convergence coming through towards center zone. RTG now just occupying the western coast of the island, of the military island. We got Triple just moving in on their eastern positioning. We got Twisted secured up in towards Ferry Pier. Conqueror just west of that. W7 and R8 just north, very close to Quarry. And then of course Primorsk is where we find the gangsters, still very, very secured and comfortable. I think they just keeping their eyes glued on the feed to see where the carnage is going to come from potentially. Of course, you can see NASR also now just rotating up from Novorepnoya all the way back towards the west. So here comes the kicker, the final deciding play. Oh, it is going to be on the Millie Island. Almost exactly where we had the previous zone in the previous match. So let's see if the teams have learned anything from that. Meanwhile, IKURD and Vision coming into a bit of a scuffle over in towards Milta. IKURD now looking to be paying quite a bit of a price here. But you can say exactly the same about Vision. It is up to Tapok and Discrim to see if they can contain themselves. Golden, the final hope for IKURD. Could be looking to risk it all now. But the opportunity is going to be there. ARB also now rotating in just on that western edge. So again, I mean, there's so many upsets that could be playing out right here. ONYX Ravens pushing up on the edge. Geekay though, they do find one of Brute Force. As you can see, Prepod and Mind, they've decided to rotate through Pachinki. Over on towards Primorsk, it is going to be the Gangsters R8. No, the Gangsters, they've gone for a rotation. It's going to be R8 and Conqueror. Looking to see who will be taking that swim. Or who's going to be pushing into the lobby. It makes no sense for either of them to fight. So, well, just push to zone and go fight over there. Because the longer you take to get over the bridge, the more opportunity it allows now for NIGMA to get themselves fortified. And looking at NIGMA, yeah, they are going to be looking to play one heck of an upset. So Vision pretty focused on getting Golden. Oh, that nade could be it. Ew, it is so close. But try and try again. Golden just feeling nearly unstoppable. Just looking on as the utility doesn't exactly reach all the way into them. But of course, now they've vaulted out the window. There's going to be no other option. They need to run. But again, you can't run too far because the blue zone is going to stop you very, very soon. Geekay now also moving to the bridge just up ahead where we find the Falcons. Just off in the distance there is quite a bit of carnage unfolding. But now it's going to be up to Golden. The jump shot's coming through and that is Vision locking it in. So IKURD, our first team out, at least getting sent off with 1 point. Now Falcons, Geekay, Brute Force, Vision, all four of these teams going to have to fight for possession of the bridge as the zone does center up. Getting right back to where it went before. So this could be exactly the same zone as we had in the previous match. Speak about a bit of deja vu. This time around, we don't have the same team situated in that zone. So Quest now making a bit of a push here. Vision tanking some damage. Oh, but it's not ideal. They do, however, find Damar. Salam up on the hill. Holding on to the plateau, trying to dodge Santa as they are trying to push through with a vehicle. Meanwhile, Hope and Gaith have rotated across the bridge, making their play for the zone. Confirmation is in. Ragnar is down. We got Neos and Ado also now on the approach for Brute Force. But a very, very costly play. The team's hoping that the zone would pull up to main, but instead it has gone down to the island yet again. Ooh, up comes the Park, looking to get the jump in on Salam. The vehicle in the way. Slowly sliding into the drink, but the trader is there as Salam makes it look effortless, finding yet another. And now it is down to Volt. Vision might be in quite a bit of trouble here, but of course that nade could also end it for the Falcons. Up comes Pablo though. Oh, yep, this could be it. This could be it, and it is indeed, as Vision find themselves all the way in 15th place. Only 5 eliminations to their name. Orion towards that bridge towards the west is going to be the ONYX Ravens and R8. But unfortunately, ONYX Ravens are going to be biting the bullet. They will not live to acquire any eliminations in this match. So very unfortunate finish there for Vision, as it was their last match of the day. We still have ARB champions situated over on towards the eastern side of the zone. We got CONQUEROR Iraq again going for a very southern positioning. I mean, looking to replicate the efforts from the previous match. Then, of course, NASR. Well, I mean, NASR did what they did in the previous game, but they are solely reliant on one player, J7, our most southern player currently within this next zone. Also, Blue is going to be closing through, revealing that final shift, or the next shift rather. Oh, there it goes. Pulling a little bit further up north. Still not out of the woods. Triple being positioned where the previous zone finished. So let's see, is it going to be a near replica of what we had? In the meanwhile, QTEL does find Ado, reducing the Brute Force squad to dust. Geekay still holding on to that 2-piece. Gaith and Santa, 2 very formidable players. See Gaith now sitting in second with the amount of damage, 319 to their name. Smoker having all the 5.56 ammo available on the map. Of course, now with such a luxury, you can easily just look to disperse a little bit of that. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to R8. So 11 teams remain. Gaith about to get pushed as Ricard and QTEL comes in, and down they go. DBS to the face, and that is it. Geekay will have to settle for 11th. ARB champions are sitting on a very comfortable 3. But here we go. That is how Neos and Brute Force got deleted. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Here we go, though. Koops still alive with the rest of the team. NIGMA now secured up towards the Northern Territory. They only have Crypto hanging in the wing. So not a lot to worry about for them. Of course, they've got W7 just a little bit further afield. But let's see, this could be the play. Crypto v Koops. Yeah, Coops, I don't think Coops is going to push in, so could allow for a little bit more survivability now for Crypto. Yeah, I think Coops now just playing Vulture, right? Just circling around. They don't hear anything, so they could find this a bit of a viable position. Oh, I'm curious to see how Coops is going to play this one as they now push in Crypto up ahead. Oh, yeah, Coops doing the due diligence. Oh, the nade is in. One nade, second nade, the follow-up is there. Crypto managing to survive at least now. For the time being, but is the opportunity nade? No! Overcooks the nade. Almost switch into Dutch on that one. But here we go, Crypto and Coops. Oh man, come on. Are they gonna face off? Are they gonna face off? No! Coops with the angles gets Crypto, and that is the end of Twisted. Getting sent back empty-handed though. So unfortunate. The meanwhile is going to be the Gangsters creeping up on Triple, moving through from that southern edge. This time around, Result has reinforcements, right? The cavalry is there. So let's see what Result they'll find. Gangsters now starting to trickle on through. Up comes Jafar, spots Result, but of course, it is going to be the backup. Coming through here for Triple. Mud also with a bit of a flank there over on towards the west. Quick little bit of strafe here. Jafar. DBS. Go hand in hand. Well, obviously you can't run with the DBS on your knee, right? It's difficult. You can't also exactly reach the trigger. So it makes sense. But now... Oh, Lord finds J7, NASR. Down they go. So Bandar trying to assess the situation. Oh, they're going to jump it. Not just yet, but Tiger now. Going to be coming through the jungle as they rush on forward, looking to see if they can find Imad Jafar. Just trying to lay down a little bit of smoke, trying to keep as much cover up as they can find. So the Gangsters, Triple, and ARB champions could have a little bit of an upset now coming their way as we do have RTG rolling in alongside them. Galaga now leading the push. Just lurking in the wing. But Triple now in the exact same position where we saw that previous match concluding. So will they be able to capitalize? Are they going to be able to play that reach? Ooh. Doesn't seem to be the case just yet. But of course, still a lot can happen here. ARB looking to push in. QTEL now just fishing for a few of those hit markers. Hey buddy, keeping nice and quiet in the smoke. Bandar getting quite active, trying to find the hits. Jafar gets taken on down. Quick M24 hit. But again, W7 very quiet over on towards that western side. They just have a way of finding that nice and quiet position to play from. Kevin, meanwhile, will get backed up. Down they go. Now it's up to Buddy. A 1v everyone. This is a pretty tall order now for the Gangsters. Of course, the utilities are going to continue to rain on down. QTEL now and the rest of ARB turning their focus onto the side of RTG. See Riva, Rio off in the distance. Rosa, Galaga up front. NIGMA now making the dash. Oh, Tiger finds the spray. But also finds an empty clip. But CONQUEROR looking pretty good so far, still holding on to their numbers. QTEL now trying to uphold the pressure here, but it is going to be Kalaga and Groza to lock it in. Down they go. ARB getting punched out in 8. Falcons now down to Salam, holding all the way up in that far northern reach of the zone. Hey, buddy, also going to be the last one left for the Gangsters. Meanwhile, Triple not looking to stretch their legs a little bit. They've been sitting for a while. But will the opportunity present itself? They do have RTG still just on the very edge of that zone. As you can see, the blue starting to close up. Fortunately, not an overly aggressive closure. About 2 minutes and a bit of change left on the clock. But up comes the push now. Triple making their play, moving forward. Again, trying to not give up too much of the elevation here. Not looking to give up too much of their high ground. Oh, but Falcons. Yep, it is going to be the end. 5 elims up though. No, 5 points to the name though. Alright, here we go. RTG, Kalaga finds Lord. Rauf now up ahead. Game on. J9 coming again with that M24. Just tapping away. Coops. Now just getting themselves repositioned a little bit further off as well. Gangsters bite the dust. Down they go. Down to the final squads we are. Triple holding on to a sliver of life. Crazy trying to see if they can find Rauf off in the distance. Ooh, will we see that vehicle explosion? CONQUEROR taking a 2-2 split. Trying to play as many angles here as they can find. Meanwhile, Triple looking to capitalize while the rest of the teams are distracted. Looking to get off of that hill. Of course, RTG now, they've wrapped around. They've moved towards the north. W7 could have all their tranquility taken away from them. And that is exactly what is starting to happen here. Coops. Ooh. Coops now just chilling in the vehicle. Hasn't been spotted, but damn has been spotted as J9 sends it out. Coops now playing a serious case of let's not move as Kalaga gets traded down. They go. RTG obliterating the side of W7. So 4 teams remain. Coops still going to be just sitting quite comfortably in that car. Rauf is going to bleed out because you can bet your silver dollar Coops is not going to give that vehicle up just yet. RTG, CONQUEROR, coming through with very strong players, strong numbers at this point. They essentially just have to deal with Triple. And then, of course, Groups. Playing hide and seek. But RTG now finding themselves outside of zone. So again, it is going to be a little bit of a risky push coming through. As you can see, they also have a bit of a disadvantage with regards to the terrain. It's flat, it's open. Ooh, but that is not going to stop them from finding a little bit of an angle onto Triple as Bandar goes down. And Mud is going to be the last contender left. Before we see RTG and CONQUEROR getting right down to action. Yep, so far Twisted, they've been having a pretty tough time today. Of of course, we'll get into the breakdown of the day performance once we see who gets this winner chicken dinner as Tiger blows up the vehicle but does not get Kalaga in the trade-off. Does seem like Kalaga is going to bleed out. Yep, and down they go. The nade also going down. All right, into Groza. And Mud now trying to make the most out of the final position they have to work with. Riva now, the only player situated in that zone. Of course, the rest of the lobby yet to rotate through, but Riva now working really hard to keep them all at bay. If they can hold them off long enough, it will allow for the blue zone to do its thing, as we got about, well, just under 30 seconds left. Coops now giving us a masterclass on, well, where to hide. I mean, one would think at this point that the players would know to look inside the vehicles, right? And this is not the only PMPL that we've seen this happen in. But now Imad going to be taking the plunge, rushing forward. Ooh, very difficult play as they get traded on down. Having to settle for fourth, but RTG already on 16 eliminations. They are definitely on a road to glory. Just absolutely overpowering the rest of the lobby. We still have Conqueror holding on to their 3 players, but they've only been able to find themselves 6 eliminations so far. Now comes the push. The zone is going to be forcing the players to settle their differences. Coops, though, still miraculously managing to stay alive. It shows you the players prioritizing movement. Looking for pixels instead of looking inside of vehicles. Down goes Groza. Tiger locks it in. Oh, Riva now the last one left. Quickly to jump into action. Finds J9. Coops now rushing over towards Crazy. Does find yet another elimination. But there we go. Riva deals the final blow. That is Coops down. It's a 1v1 for the finish. It is Crazy versus Riva. 18 eliminations already secured. 24 between these two teams. But who's going to get the final elimination? Will it be Conqueror Iraq up to 7, or will it be RTG up to 19? This could be the biggest chicken that we've seen in this league stage so far. The biggest chicken of the full split. But now we find ourselves in a bit of a standoff. Blue zone doing its thing, slowly closing up. Both players on the edge of zone. They know exactly where each other are. Of course, now Riva has a bit of that elevation to try and capitalize on. But the reach not exactly working out here for Crazy. It could work out for Riva, but it doesn't seem like they've got anything left. Crazy now just looking to capitalize. Still got 2 mollies and 2 nades left, but the blue zone is going to force the hand of Crazy. Riva just looking on. Oh, the hits are in. The shot is there, and then RTG secures the 19th elimination. What a chicken. A very heavy plate getting picked up on that one. Well done, though. RTG asserting their dominance. showing how a chicken is meant to be cooked. And of course, what a chicken that was. RTG with the 19 elimination chicken. I mean, that is pretty insane, but absolutely amazingly done by them. Of course, you got to give it up, though. I mean, they tried, right? CONQUEROR Iraq, they tried. They really, really tried to push it as far as they could. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't in the cards for them. Of course, 6 eliminations, not a bad way to sign off. So what a play that was coming through from them. But of course, you also got to commend the side there of NIGMA Galaxy, securing themselves a very, very strong finish. Also then walking away with those 9 eliminations. Coops, again, giving us the masterclass of how one is supposed to hide. Right. Go for a car. It doesn't seem like anyone's going to find you. The players don't look in there. But of course, well, if you are looking for the last player standing between you and a winner in a chicken dinner, maybe look in the car, right? Maybe look in the car. That might be a wise choice to make. But yeah, in the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look at the leaderboard. Of course, we are going to be starting off with the match rankings first to see exactly where the teams find themselves. RTG almost dropping a 30 bomb. Absolutely insane to see. And then if you minus 10 eliminations from that, that is where you find NIGMA sitting on 9 for a grand total of 14 points for this match. And of course, CONQUEROR Iraq having to settle for third with a grand total of 12 points. But as we move down, it is going to be NASR, Twisted, and the ONYX Ravens. Very surprising to see them all having to settle for donuts. I mean, of course, we're not going to complain. The donut shop can do with a few more customers. But yeah, not exactly the play that we were expecting to see come through. So looking at the performances that we've had up to this match, our highest performing team obviously is going to be the side then of NIGMA Galaxy. Right, very consistent performance to what they've brought through. But of course, now looking at RTG and what they did in this last match, that also just jumped them up 14 slots for the day. Right, not leaderboard, just for the day performance, adding on to a grand total of 38 points. So before this match, they were sitting on only 5 eliminations. Now they are sitting on 24. So 19 eliminations really makes quite a bit of a difference. Allows for a 14 slot jump. Same kind of jump. Very similar thing happened for CONQUEROR Iraq. They've also jumped up 10 slots for the day. Not necessarily on the overall standings, but of course we'll be taking a look at those very, very soon. And this is how Coops got taken on down, and not even that far away from the vehicle. But a great play coming through here for Riva to secure that winner chicken dinner, of course, locking in their 6th elimination as a player. But if you look at the damage, RTG locking in 2,700 damage, milking 19 eliminations. I mean, that is essentially the strongest conversion rate. R8 coming close to that with 3 eliminations out of 816 damage. But of course, now Coops with the most elims, Lord with that nade fish, Groza with the most damage. Result coming in, well, resulting as with the longest hit. And of course, Ado coming through with 12.5 kilometers traveled in this last match. No surprise, looking at where Brute Force dropped, of course, all the way that they had to go to get themselves situated in that zone, down towards that far southern edge. But a very, very satisfying Erangel. Of course, that was our last one of the day. We still have one more map to go, as we are going to be venturing over in towards Sanhok. But as we know, sadly, it is the end of the games for the players coming through for Group A. So ARB, CONQUEROR, as well as NASR and Vision. That's it, right? They're done for the day. They can't lock in any more points. But a phenomenal performance coming through for NASR that we've seen today. I mean, Erangel really working out exceptionally well for them. So big ups on that one. But of course, we are going to be looking at a little bit of an interesting statistic thing that they are talking about here. Talking about how the zone shifted and things like that. But of course, well, we'll get into that a little bit later on as well. But looking at the overall day performances that we've had, as I mentioned, NASR, they are done. So they were able to secure 32 points for the day. Looking at ARB champions, they got themselves a grand total of 18 points. So again, sitting in that middle section. We've got the players then from NASR, also coming through with a very healthy dose of points, as we've already seen. The other one was CONQUEROR Iraq, sitting on 21 points. Pretty even with the players coming through from Geekay Esports, also 21 points for the day so far. But KR, they still have another match to go. And then, of course, we can look onto the side of Vision. Vision having a tough day, right? Only 10 points in total, all of which has come through from eliminations. Unfortunately, not a single slither of placement points getting sent to them. So it's pretty tough. And speaking about tough, Brute Force, right? They've been having a very tough day. Them and IKURD, both these teams have only secured 3 points for the day. Difference being Brute Force have gotten 3 eliminations, hence the points. Where IKURD, they got 1 placement point, but of course only 2 eliminations then from that. So there is going to be a little bit of pressure coming through into the remaining match to see whether or not Sanhok is going to be the opportunity for maybe IKURD or the side there of Brute Force to secure a few additional points. We don't know. It is going to be quite tough, especially looking at just how the teams have been building up the momentum over these past 3 days, right? Especially now into day 4, they just blowing ducks out of water, right? Just going absolutely insane. But we love this, right? This is exactly what we want to see happen in the Pro League because, well, we've got some monsters out in the battlefield. But yeah, Brute Force definitely in need of a few points. Also, Next X, still holding on to the same position that they've been in for quite a while. I mean, yes, slowly but surely they are starting to just rake in those points, but again, it's not a strong, steady flow of points. So maybe Sanhok could be a great opportunity for them. Now, looking at the contenders, the performance that we have moving into Sanhok itself as we get ready for the plane, our top performing team here is still going to be the side of R8, as I mentioned before. We got Geekay and Twisted Mind coming through as very strong contenders for that. High probability to secure that winner chicken dinner. Those, of course, being the 3 teams that have done exactly that. They have gotten themselves those chickens. So let's see whether or not they will be able to do it yet again. I mean, Brute Force also looking quite favorable when it comes to Sanhok, sitting in the top 5 with regards to points. 13 eliminations could definitely be something that they could look to capitalize on. I can see IKURD also being mentioned in the chat. I mean, Sanhok definitely not being their map. They've only found 4 points so far. So, unless they are going to be looking to surprise all of us, yeah, I'm not quite convinced. Not quite yet. But let's see, right? Hopefully they prove us wrong. I mean, Erangel definitely being a much stronger map for them. Miramar also quite a tough one. So far IKURD, you know, Erangel has kind of been the map where they perform the best out of the 3. Of course, now we are going to be starting it off with the Zoran over on towards that far northwestern side. So KRW7 again in the age-old altercation, continuing to hard drop in on each other. But here we go now. ONYX Ravens all the way down south. They've got IKURD in the wing. So if IKURD are looking to have a successful Sanhok, they will first have to disperse of the ONYX Ravens. Right? They need to take them down, send them out, send them away. But now up comes the push. Malik again. Ooh! Playing distraction as AZ pushes in. Cracks the can open. Let's see. Is Saad now going to fall victim? When we have the rest of IKURD looking to constrict the position here onto the ONYX Ravens. Alright, so Aram also yet to join the party, but let's see. Saleh, and Saad trying to keep it all together. They are getting encircled. Malik now just waiting at the door. Oh, beautiful off-angle play coming through from Aram. Finds the first. Malik now taking a bit of damage. Gotta watch out for Saad. Jump shot. Ooh, unfortunately, not exactly lining up. All they gotta do is just push around the building, come in from the opposite end. First, Malik needs to patch themselves up. Oh, that of course is if they have any meds to work with. Saad with a bit of pre-fire. The shots are in. Double whammy in onto IKURD. Oh, devastating as Malik goes down. Now it is all up to Aram. Very unfortunate turn of events here for IKURD. At least AZ got that elimination. Now Aram, well, needs to do what they need to do. Right, just try and survive and play for the late game. But it is going to be a very, very tough one. Seeing that we still have 15 other teams and 59 other players all strewn all over this map. Quick stat breakdown there coming through for the side of Quest. Sitting with an average of 2.33 eliminations per match. 7 eliminations in total that they've been able to find here. Ooh, Quest now pushing in. W7 gonna be looking to capitalize. They've not yet had, W7 has not yet had any eliminations or points on Sanhok. Oh, down goes Dika. Come on, they need at least one. Just one. Down goes the final hit up on towards Waleed. It's been a tough run so far on Sanhok. For both Triple and the players here from W7. Neither have found any points. Sitting with Donuts. But we've only seen 3. Right, so could this fourth one now be the kicker? Could it be the decider? Oh, there we go. Oh, the first elim is in. Yakuza gets it. And down goes Al-Hajj. So the first Sanhok elimination, the first Sanhok points for W7 secured. Looking to make some waves. Easy, not going to be looking to find a few more, but the nade is in. Hero looking to capitalize. There we go. I like this for W7. Going from not a single point on Sanhok up to 2. But they're not exactly out of the woods. Quest still hanging in the wing, as you can see. Mon off in the distance there. Kante also now lending a bit of a helping hand. Nice steady spray. Down goes Dika. It's reliant on Hero. Trying to see if they can pick up Yakuza. But here we go. So it seems like that res is going to find its way in. Kante about to go down. Yeah, Besiktas steals it. Easy claps though. So Mon now getting put in a very difficult position. Very similar to that of Aram. We can see about to find their way up into Painan. Alright, so down to the final, down to the other 14 teams we essentially go, right? I mean, we've not yet lost a single team, but Quest and IKURD definitely put on the back foot. So Legend, I don't think that Quest is necessarily going to be able to get that winner chicken dinner. We did see the shout out coming through there for Geekay, or the support for Geekay, one for NIGMA as well as R8. I mean, R8 I think could be a pretty strong contender. Unless of course Brute Force just pick up a few elims at their expense. But they are looking pretty good at this point. Ooh, Crypto! It's taken down by Mexico as Twisted gets pinched on the wall. Out comes the nade for Dexter, flying down the hill. Is it going to find the point though? Not exactly, finds a bit of damage. Out comes the DBS and the shotties, everything. There's just lead flying all over the place. And of course now it is the side of Next to end it right here for Twisted. So Mohammed not going to be very happy about that. Twisted, the first team out. Which is quite surprising because Twisted is in the top 3 top performers when it comes to Sanhok. Right, this is where they've got one of their winner chicken dinners. Very unfortunate turn of events, but it is an amazing run coming through for Next. I mean, they are now up to 4 eliminations. The most eliminations that they've been able to get on the map of Sanhok to date. I mean, previously they were sitting on 3 eliminations in total across the board for Sanhok. And in one match, they went beyond. Yes, this is indeed the last match, right? So if you look down in the bottom left corner, you'll see there's a 5 on the far left. So the number on the furthest left edge, that is the map indicator. The 4 that you see is the day. And then, of course, the 1 is the week. The phase. So, yes, only 5 matches a day. Ooh, Dexter falling off of the mountain. That is, well, not the way it's supposed to go, but I guess it is what it is, right? Now, of course, the zone is centered up over on towards this northwestern island. GK holding on to a little bit of high ground. Of course, they still have KR right here alongside them. GK, they've been pretty consistent with regards to their placement points on Sanhok. Pretty tied with R8. Speaking of which, R8 occupying that far western coast. Slime Machine. Yeah, this is not one of their strong points, right? Well, not so far in this league. Only 2 points. 1 elimination, 1 placement point. That is it. That's all they've been able to find on Sanhok so far. If we compare that to what we had in the previous season for Sly, I mean, they were in the top 4. So they found 2 winner chicken dinners, 47 points, placement points, 46 eliminations. So it is quite surprising that we've not yet seen a strong performance coming through from Sly, but that means it's there, right? It could potentially happen at any point. Of course, now the spray flying up in towards R8 just ahead of them as we take a look at the replay. Hero claiming the life of Easy, making it look, well, easy. Sly R8 now getting into a little bit of an altercation. Esketon on the front line. Ooh, 13 trying to lock it in and they succeed. Steezy now also just behind them, trying to bring in the fortification, but it's going to be Prestige letting it loose. Triple now descending down upon them as well. Beautiful third-party capitalization. But will R8 make it through? Very staggered approach coming in here from the side of R8. Triple instead, mounting full aggression. Ida also then will fall. And now it's up to Ragnarok, but the sprays are in, and that is it. R8. Down they go. So now the opportunity lies in hand for the side of GK. Maybe to look to capitalize on the opportunity. NIGMA, from what we saw in the previous season, Sanhok definitely not a map that they put a lot of focus in, not as much as they put in onto Miramar and Erangel. But, I mean, that doesn't say anything about the capabilities, right? You can see Freak now just effortlessly just pushing forward, taking down the ONYX Ravens. That is 4 eliminations now secured for NIGMA. RTG rotating down towards the south. This could pull them right into Brute Force. You can see Mind off in the distance. So you've got to be very mindful of that rotation. And that is exactly what RTG is doing right here. Doing their due diligence. Ensuring that they have some information of where they are going to be looking to go. Galaga though and their teammate not going to be waiting around. They instead will just be pushing straight on up as Galaga and Rio look to get a little bit frisky. They push in. Now it's going to be Ado up against Bandar and the rest of Triple. Result, damn, keeping those off angles secured. And here comes the push. Down goes Bandar. Oh, Result, you got to watch out for them headshots. RTG, Brute Force now fighting on the edge. You can see the shots getting delivered. Ado not going to get distracted by this, focusing their efforts down onto Triple, looking to see if they can maybe claim a few more eliminations. Brute Force so far having a pretty decent performance when it comes to the map for Sanhok. Oh, sitting in the top 5, but will they be able to convert it? The shots are in. Ado goes down. That's only Dam and Bandar standing between Brute Force and that next potential push. But of course, here we go. Looking to see as we load the action. Mind cooking the nade up. Ooh, a little bit of an overreach. Not exactly where they would have hoped it to go. But that allows for Bandar to get the res up into Result. Again now, Brute Force just trying to alleviate a little bit of that pressure so they can attempt the reses. Trying to bring Prepod and Mind back into the fight. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to get all the way over onto its Prepod, seeing that RTG is about to get the jump. But at least on the southern edge, Triple not looking to get too aggressive. That is going to be the end of Aram as IKURD go out in 13th place. Quest also going to be falling short. So now it is up to, well, our remaining 11 teams to decide where that chicken will go. Brute Force now getting absolutely pressured. As you can see, Ado and Mind trying to go toe-to-toe here with Triple. This is going to be an important fight for the side of Triple. I mean, also now securing their first few points. Also sitting on 4, exactly the same. No, scratch that. Make it 6 points. As these are their very first eliminations with regards to the Sanhok map. So what a great play this has been so far for Triple and W7, getting their first points on the board. Oh, but here we go. Geekay now going to be looking to add a few more to their tally as they focus on KR. Down they go. Hassan not going to have a good run here, and it's all going to come down to Ali looking to see whether or not they can survive. The answer to which is, of course, no. Down they go. The Broody Fruities are not going to make it beyond that 1 point. Unfortunately, Triple still going to be looking to find a little bit more of a gracious play here. I mean, might as well go for more points, right? Sitting on 6, might as well look to add a few more into the mix. Here we go now. Santa secures yet another spray, locking in the 5th elimination now for the side of Geekay. W7 next, and Falcons just a little bit further down to that southern side. You can see just the very edge of next on the map, but here we go, jumping straight to them. So W7 now up to 3 eliminations. Up comes Bandar. Gotta be careful. Oh, yep. There's going to be 13 just waiting inside. Oh, will they get the play? Yeah, down they go. Beautiful UMP. Triple now down to Result, but of course Result focuses in on Kalaga and Groza. Beautiful connections being made, but of course the blue zone is going to pressure their hand. In the meanwhile, we do say goodbye as Next finds the hit to Groza. So RTG is out. Triple is out. And we are left with only 7 teams. Hear a lot of shots going off in the background. You can see all the teams, big majority of them rather, focus up towards the north. GK now going fishing, finding a few hits out in the drink. Zanza could receive a little of that pressure as Freak and Lord are not willing to relinquish anything at this point. Jafar are going to have a very, very tough time. Fortunately, they are in zone and out of sight. So this could be that play to make. The only team yet to find some eliminations out of the surviving teams is going to be the side of Falcons. But now the focus is being put onto the side here of Next. Ooh, Yakuza Hero looking to step it up, and off they go. Slime Machine also going down just before the players there from Next. X though getting sent out with 6 eliminations to their name. Oh, Hero getting spotted. Not the safest wall to hide behind. Low walls. Yeah, still a little bit high. Down goes Yakuza. Falcons now just clearing it up, finding their first 2 elims. So good run on their end. But down to the final 4 we go. Geekay sitting on a full squad. This could be exactly what they need. Falcons also still rocking a full squad here as well. NIGMA sitting on 7 eliminations. Geekay on 7. GANGSTERS sitting on 4. With Falcons then coming in on 2 eliminations. But I don't think Jafar is going to be looking to do all that much, seeing that they are caught out in the drink. Slowly approaching the zone. Santa could spot them. You can see Jafar now trying to make a play. Lord also catching a bit of a sniff of something, right? Catching the scent. Oh, the Falcons trying to push up. Heading right up to Ragnar. Down goes Ragnar. Gate now trying to hold on, but the shots are in. The mud coming through with that DBS. Saying to Gaith, don't be silly as they push in. Never alone, about to get sprayed as well as Santa is not one to forget about at this point. And all hope is restored, as you can see. Geekay just absolutely ripping the Falcons apart. It's now down to Pablo, who's going to be just holding onto the edge of that smoke. Quick retaliation up onto Hope. But it will not suffice. So the rest of the team gets traded on down. Pablo holding steady. Nice bit of a spray onto Freak. Pablo with very quick reactions. Waiting for Hope to budge, and they do. Down they go. Of course, they can see through that smoke better than Weak, and up comes the spray. Jafar gets Lord. Oh, but Santa with the S12K slams the door in their face. Now it goes down to a 1v1 Pablo versus Santa. Santa just eating up some of that blue damage. Pablo looking to score at least another elimination along the way, trying to get themselves healed up, but they've been spotted. Santa comes through with a spray. It's all going to come down to this. Fastest finger first, right? Pablo does secure that elim, locking it in. Now it is 100% a 1v1 for the final chicken dinner of the day. Oh, but DBS comes in clutch, and that is it. Geekay gets themselves the chicken dinner, doing so with a glorious run, 13 eliminations to their name, and what a performance it was. A very, very happy day for Geekay, as they have secured themselves yet another winner chicken for dinner, right? So amazing play there. Of course, now Geekay just locking in quite a dominating performance, and with that, of course, elevating themselves to the top slot on Sanhok. But for the day in general, I mean, Geekay, they've been having quite a bit of a day, if we can say that. Of course, looking at the amount of points that they've been able to secure across the board, they do find themselves now squeezed up into second place, jumping up 6 slots for the day, right? Not on the rankings, just for the day, up to a total of 42 points secured. So a phenomenal run coming through from them. NIGMA, though, on the other hand, I mean, they've been able to walk away with 59 points. 35 of which has been thanks to those eliminations, but a phenomenal performance nonetheless. Of course, Falcons also having a pretty good run, as we can see them finishing off on a grand total of 29 points for day number 4, so well played. Thanks, boys. Have a good day. In the meanwhile, RTG also looking pretty strong, finishing on 40, with the Gangsters then coming through on 38 points. ONYX Ravens also with that winner chicken dinner, wrapping their day up with 23 points. Unfortunately for IKURD Brute Force, only 4 points, right? That is all that they've been able to manage today, so it has been proving to be quite a bit of a tough day. But as we saw, of course, also then for the side of, I believe it was KR and Brute Force securing their very first points. So it is looking better for them already. Oh, sorry, it was Sly and IKURD securing their first few points. Speaking about points, let's look at the tally. It's going to be 23 points going over to the side there of GK Falcons, walking away with 11. And of course, as we head down to the bottom end, Triple, the only team getting sent back empty-handed. A very, very unfortunate play for Triple Esports. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Triple of Esports locking in 26 points. So regardless of their performance, they still got a few points to work with. So that was Twisted, right? Twisted Minds was the team that didn't get anything. Twisted only having 9 points. Yes, it was a very, very challenging day. Not the kind of performance that we were hoping to see come through from Twisted Minds. But it is what it is. Of course, now taking a look at the damage. GK walking away with 2,450 damage, managing 13 eliminations out of that. But the strongest conversion rate is going to go to the side of Triple with 7 eliminations and 1,164 damage. So very, very strong conversion rate on their end. Got to commend that. But GK, of course, doing GK things, and just going absolutely to town on anything that moves around them. Beautiful spray coming through right there at the end to secure that lovely, glorious winner chicken dinner. Now, that is the excitement that Sanhok brings with it. But of course, speaking about excitement, we are going to be taking a look at our MVP for the day. Also then looking at our overall standings to see exactly where the teams find themselves. But of course, well, a lot of movement has come through. Of course, in case you forgot, who got those winner chicken dinners? The first one went to the ONYX Ravens. Then it went over towards the side of the Gangsters, followed up by NIGMA for game number 3. RTG with the fattest chicken that we've seen so far. A 19 elimination chicken, just bursting at the seams. And of course, this last one went over to the side there of Geekay Esports, wrapping it up then with 13 to their name. So good run. A good run indeed. ONYX Ravens going to be feeling quite happy with the amount of points that they've been able to secure off the back of this. But of course, how is that going to be impacting the overall points? Well, we don't know quite just yet. We'll take a look at that momentarily. If you want to drop your prediction for the MVP of the day, be sure to do that. Let me know, who do you think is the star? Right, Coops was doing a lot of work, as we saw earlier. But of course, I don't necessarily think it's going to go to Coops. I think we might have a few other contenders potentially looking to rise up. I've got a feeling that it might very well be going over to someone coming through. Who could it be? Who could it be? I'm not quite sure. I think it might be over on the end of NIGMA, maybe. No, well, GK. Of course, they've got an interview on the stream as well, so let's take a look at that. Let's unmute it so you can hear what they're saying. It is going to be Santa.
يا هلا
يا ميت اهلا وسهلا فيك ستان. حبدا معك بالسؤال طرحته على الشباب اليوم وحطرحه على الشباب اللي جد حكى علي بظهري. انا حكيت على اللايف طبعا. الا وهو السؤال انت بعض الامراض بتاخذ دور السكاوتر، فطرحت السؤال على ماو وكودي. مرات بتطمع شوي، بتحب تاخذ مساحه اكبر شوي، وهذا بكلفك مرات شوي توسود. فهل تتفق بهالجزئيه؟ بتطمع مرات زياده عن اللزوم عن بقيه السكاوتر، يعني بياخذ له متر، انت بتاخذ مترين ونص ثلاثه، بتطمع شوي. هل هذا الشيء بتشوفه بكلفك وبكلف فريقك مرات انك انت يكون تم اقصائك؟
اكيد صح. حتى انا دائما بقول لتيمي انه اذا شفتوني تحمست هدوني، يعني دائما اذا ركبت بقي بتحمس، بروح بدي اشوف، يعني احاول اجيب انفو قد ما اقدر. فمرات هالشيء بيكلفني يعني اني اخسر نفسي، لكن يعني بالبطولات المهمه احاول قد ما اقدر يعني اخفف من هالشيء. او مثلا يعني من افريقيا، يعني بالنسبه لي ما غلط ولا غلطه كسكاوتر، يعني قلال كثير. بس حاليا بالبي ام بي ال قاعدين يعني نجرب نلعب على ستايل لعب جديد، اوفر سبلت، واظن بين يعني باكثر من جيم شلون قاعدين نعمل سبلت كبير. فكثير مرات بضطر انه انا اخسر نفسي، يعني لانه انا السكاوتر، انا الاي جي ال لازم اكون قدام. فبتمنى انه هالشيء يتعدل. يعني انا قاعد اقول لتيمي انه انا قاعد اغلط، وان شاء الله انا اصلح الاغلاط اللي اسويها.
تفضل يا مو.
لا فضلك. اكيد جميل فكره اليوم لما تحاول تكتسب من هذه المشاركات خبره اضافيه او طرق او اساليب لعب اضافيه. في جوله الإيرانجل السابقه كانت في فرصه، اتوقع لو بالبرودكاست مسج بحكم موقعكم كذلك تتدخلون على فريق الاريت والنجمه جالكسي ما بعد الفايت. شنو حكم عدم يعني خروجكم لهذا
انه نحن ويك، كنا ويك ايه كنا ناقصين. فاذا بدنا نضغط نجمه لازم دو يضغطوا وسولو يظل مهلد الكمباوند اللي نحن فيه اصلا. فدو ضد دو ممكن تخسر الجيم، لا نلعب على المضمون احسن. لو كنا 4 كنا رحنا صفيناهم صراحه. فالغلط مني كان انه انا تفنشت من عرب. اصلا انا تفنيشتي من عرب يعني كثير يعني غريبه. شفت سولو منهم دخل الحمام اللي هو الشاك، وفي كمباوند يمين الشاك، فانا رحت يعني من يمين ابيت من يمين، ابي اجيب انفوذ هو سولو عشان بوش في الزون الجاي. اول ما طلعت يمين طلعوا دو اصلا، واللي بالشاك طلع ورموني اثنينهم سوا.
كلكم علي؟
سولو بس كلكم علي. وانا اخذت واحد. انا اليوم 4 جيمات وده واحد.
من عندك حمزه رح ناخذ الاجابه. كثير بنحكي احنا بالاستوديو التحليلي اللعبه تغير عن السبرينج سبليت، فمن ناحيتك انت شو شايف التغيرات الاساسيه؟ وشو في مثلا خريطه صارت اسهل او خريطه صارت اصعب عليك كجيكي جيم بلاي ستايل؟ لانه كثير عم نحكي اللعبه تغير وفعلا الناس حاسه بهذا الشيء، حابين ناخذه من كلامك.
هلا كبي ام بي ال كامل التيمات قاعده تتطور، وهالشيء لصالحنا كريجن. انا جدا سعيد. يعني صح ممكن انت ما تكون مبسوط انه في لك منافس، لكن انت تكون سعيد لانه انت اذا رحت بطوله عالميه راح تكون قادر تأدي، لانه الريجن تبعك قوي. فالريجن قاعد يتطور، قاعدين نشوف ستايل لعب يعني حلو من كثير تيمات. وبالنسبه لنا كجي كي عم نتطور بسانهوك، يعني صرنا قاعدين ندمج بسانهوك صراحه.
دمج صح.
على كل حال ستان
اهم شيء الدمج.
وانا يعني ان شاء الله ترد علي بعدين بهذا السؤال اذا كان على السوشيال ميديا، لانه ضيق الوقت انا بعتذر منك. هل هذا السؤال اتمنى تجاوبني عليه على السوشيال ميديا، ولانه ما عاد عندي وقت مضطر. هل ضغط نقاط البي ام جي سي عم بتاثر على فريق الجي كي او عم بشعر بتوتر؟ جاوبني فيه على السوشيال ميديا. ما عم بتفكر فيها. خلاص وصلنا الجواب.
ما بنفكر.
على كل حال ستان شكرا جزيلا لك، لاعب عربي نفتخر فيك، صيتك عالمي. شكرا جزيلا لك، كل التوفيق لك بقية زملائك وبقية الفرق العربي اللي مشاركين معنا.
وياك.
شكرا ستان. يا ميت اهلا وسهلا فيك
يا حبيبي. العفو العفو. يا مرحبا.
يسعد لي قلبك كودي.
All right, so well, there we go. There we have it. Right, so a little bit of an interview. If you understood anything that Santa was saying, great, because I don't have no idea what Santa was saying, but I have to agree with what Cindy was saying. You know, Santa looking very, very confident right there. And I mean, it's been a phenomenal day for GK, securing themselves, well, that winner chicken dinner. Of course, not exactly the highest earning team of the day, but of course, adding to the tally. So they've already been able to secure 3 winner chicken dinners. And well, it is time for us to take a look to see who is going to be our MVP. And it's none other than Koops coming through with 17 eliminations and 2,069 damage dealt. Well, it's good that I was wrong, right? Because, well, yeah, I think it was a pretty close run, especially looking at that insane performance that we had coming through from RTG with the 19 eliminations. But it proves that Coops has just maintained that consistency. It's no surprise, really, looking at NIGMA being the top points earner of the day, coming through on 59 total points. So great day in the office for them. Absolutely amazing. Oh. But yeah, a lot of confidence. I mean, just got to give it up to Coops. Hiding in this vehicle for the longest time, as we saw in that second Erangel, or actually the third one of the day. This was the previous one, right? Coops now pulled up that momentum. And this is where we got into the hide and seek. Beautiful sprays, just letting it loose all over the place. I can see if they could find the rest of Quest. You just gotta enjoy everything that these players are capable of. I mean, so phenomenal to see. But speaking about phenomenal, it is going to be a look at the leaderboards to see where the teams find themselves after this fourth day. Now, no movement has occurred between first and second, of course. Obviously, they've added a bucket load of points. But we also then see NIGMA and FALCONS moving up one slot respectively, right? NIGMA moving up into third, FALCONS moving up into fourth, with R8 then getting moved down into that fifth position. And from there, all the way to 8th place, no movement has occurred, right? Yes, Sly has secured 3 winner chicken dinners. As we take a look at the second page, also no movement all the way down up until 13th, with the Gangsters and ONYX Ravens essentially just swapping places. And of course, Triple also having a bit of a move. They've swapped places with the players from CONQUEROR Iraq. We still have the players there from NEXX sitting towards the bottom. Same with IKURD and still Brute Force. So hopefully, moving into the final day, hopefully we can see all of that change, right? That is essentially what we are going to be looking forward to see if the teams will be able to pull a few hats out of cats and cats out of a bag, whatever you want to call it. Rabbits out of hats, that's the thing I was actually going for. But either which way, it's all going to come down to what the teams bring in day number 5. As we know, moving into tomorrow, we are going to be playing 6 matches as opposed to the 5. Because that last match is going to be moving over into, well, Vikendi, right? Heading out into the dusty, frosty dunes to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. I don't think there's a lot of dust and snow, but sure, right? We'll go with the flow and see what the teams are going to be bringing in. As we know, also, then only the top 10 teams are going to be having the opportunity to play that extra match, right? So it is going to be a little bit of a race to see who makes it there. So currently, with regards to the positioning that we have on the leaderboard, I mean, it kind of stops at the players from KR, right? Secured within 10th. So NASR only being 2 points away from that. The same can be said for Twisted. We could still see that change come through where they're making that final ditch effort to try and secure themselves the play up into that top 10. Aside from that, I mean, it's going to be a tough day for Gangsters, but as we've seen today, it's not necessarily something that is going to be looking to deter them. And of course, also could be quite a hopeful day coming through for the ONYX Ravens and potentially even W7. So, yeah, the top 10, far from secure. I think it is safe to say that at least the top 5 might be somewhat secure. I don't think anyone is going to necessarily catch up onto Geekay, especially moving into tomorrow's matches. But who knows? We might be wrong. There could be room for a lot of these upsets to come through. So it's all going to come down to what the teams bring in the next 4 matches. All happening on day number 5. So tomorrow we head into, again, a more balanced day. We have 2 Miramars, 2 Erangels, 1 Sanhok, and then, of course, our 6th game that is going to come through as well. So be sure to join us back then for all the action. We are going to be starting same time, same place, with all the usual PUBG Mobile action, right, to close off our very first phase. And then we get to see who's going to be those teams walking away with the most bonus points. As we know, pole position is worth 20 bonus points. So far, Geekay, a very high chance that that could be exactly what they'll be getting. But more importantly, I think for tomorrow, we are going to be looking towards especially the bottom 4 teams to really try to step it up. I mean, CONQUEROR Iraq, they've been working hard. We've been seeing quite a bit of effort come through from them today, really trying to replicate a bit of that improvement. I mean, they did end up in 11th place overall for the day. That means 21 total points that they've been able to find. IKURD, yeah, really tough run. NEXX, they've been making and creating some waves, securing themselves 16 points for the day. That is, of course, one of the best days that they've had so far. So we want to see what the teams are going to be bringing in the last day of phase number 1. So it's all going to bear down to that. So yeah, on that one, we're going to be closing it up here. I believe so. It seems like they're signing off on the Arabic side as well. But until then, guys, remember to stay fresh, stay frosty, and we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow. Right, so yeah, bring your popcorn, bring anything else that you would like to add to that. Of course, so much excitement is going to be just around the corner. But until then, see you all later.